This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp. This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
What's going on, freaks? Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, looks like my audio was really loud there for a second. All right, well, the first thing I'm going to play, Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. They're a really awesome news outlet. They gave me permission to play a video of the press conference that they have. Okay, so I'll just play that first, and I'll be off the screen while it's playing. How does that sound? Plus, I'm going to have to do the drawing, unless you guys want to donate memberships again instead of doing the drawing. Like at the end of the show, depending on how we do, I could give away 5 or 10 memberships to people, something like that. Not really sure what you guys want to do, but I spent the entire time putting the probable cause in a sort of a more natural format to go over. It's a little easier. I don't know what that has to do with anything, Rebecca. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, that's what I'll be doing. If that's something you guys are okay with. Hello. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll give away 10 memberships. I think that's like $50 or something. I mean, I don't know if I can do 10. I mean, because we're trying to, for the channel and build up the charities, we're going to probably do our first donation next week for the year, because right now we're at $126,750 since January 2020, with 0 so far this year because we're only 5 days in, but rest assured, it'll be a big number by the end of the month, hopefully. All right, so thank you, everybody who helps support the channel. Whether you hit the like button, super chats, whatever the hell you're doing, thanks for being here. Awesome. All right. This is the East Idaho News press conference here. I'm going to take myself off the screen here and mute myself and hit play. Okay? I don't know how the audio is though. Oh wait. There we go.
All right.
Please be seated. We are on the record in the 2nd Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrates Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Koberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder, in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Goncalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 4 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Eaton Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Eaton Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Kohberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Koberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m. We will make sure notice is sent, and then Ms. Taylor, do you wish to argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to consider setting a bond. Mr. Koberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information.
Yeah, no, we're probably not going to give this guy bond, you know. Doesn't seem to make sense.
We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information.
Right, so you probably won't get anything. You haven't reviewed anything. Why don't you take a look at
We
it?
would want the court to know that Mr. Koberger has a good family that stands behind him.
And Mr. Thompson.
We need the guy from Office
The
Space
state's
now.
position is that Mr. Koberger
Or the office, the
law
one-
is not
the
entitled to bond in this case because the charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself. Idaho Code 19-2903 both specify that given the potential penalties in this case, there's no right to bail. Bennett was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, where his family is. We ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional or further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Koberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of the deceased and also for the surviving roommates. I've spoken briefly with Ms. Taylor. She indicated there's no objection.
Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and
2 surviving roommates.
Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me.
He does kind of look like Colonel Sanders.
Yes, Mr.
I like
and Ms.
Colonel
Laramie, Mr. Mogen, Ms.
Extra
Kaylee,
crispy all the way, though, right, guys? Let's
and
be
then
honest.
a number of members of the Goncalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Kohberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise.
Kentucky
any
Fried
form of
Chicken,
communication
they do it
in
right.
direct or indirectly with
Kentucky
them.
Fried Chicken,
You cannot
they do
engage
chicken
in any
right.
conduct that would
Yeah!
harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them, or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. Cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other place where they might be. There are no exceptions to these orders, and if you do violate these orders,
Popeyes
it is a new
That
misdemeanor
spicy
offense.
chicken.
It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it
Hey,
needs to
Tosh,
be
how's it going?
modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, yeah.
Anything further, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Taylor's
Thank
like,
you. We
man,
are
I have to
adjourned."
defend this guy. Yeah. Well, they probably don't mind. It gives them a lot of publicity. She's probably a decent attorney, right? I've heard her name out there. But anyways, yeah, well, at least we got to hear him talk for a second. You know, heard his voice there and everything. Let's see. All right, there I am. So got my same shirt on. I haven't even really got to do anything. So let me get my music going. It always, like I said, it's my Linus blanket. It has to be this little bit of something. Now right there, just something going on in the background. I did eat something. Had a little chili and a Snickers. And then a bag of M&Ms. And then another Snickers. And then... oh, I had an apple too. Thanks, Mike D. You get respect. You cash in your jewelry is what I expect. Thanks, Don. So anyways, thank you up there to, so far, to Miss Angels. Lane Dune for gifting a membership. Very cool. And then we got Jason Padula. Don't know how to gift memberships, but this is towards the cause and for defending Dylan from these morons. Yeah. And Mag, thank you very much. And this isn't going to be a place tonight where you're going to, if you ask the question, why didn't they call one of the roommates? You're going to be timed out immediately, okay? It's getting really old at this point. Unless you're saying that one of the two surviving roommates, if you're going on a theory that they're part of the murder, then just shut the hell up, okay? Because it doesn't, who cares if it's not what you would have done? It sucks, maybe, but we don't need to keep asking the question over and over and over again. It's just, it gets really old and tiring, okay? Yeah. So anyway, thanks to Allie Cake, Gwendolyn B, and Texas Girl, the Mike D Experience, Dawn, Melanie, and there was another one that just came in there. And Melinda Motimaiden. There you go. Yeah, I just get really tired of it. Aren't you guys a little bit tired of it at this point? I mean, what does it help? How does it help anything? Yeah. And I'm going to have to put you on timeout. Sorry about that, Rebecca. Come back later when your brain's functioning correctly. All right. Yeah, so we're not going to be doing that part of the conversation in here. All right? And yes, I mean, early on, my only theory involving any of those people was a theory. I didn't accuse anybody of being the murderer. That's the difference. I literally just had a theory. You know, what if this happened and what if this happened? And even said it's likely not what happened. And that involved the boyfriend, right? And that was it. And then after they cleared him, boom, done. Law enforcement looked into him. The media was looking into him. And, you know, I try to do it in a way that's responsible. I didn't show the guy's face. I only used his first name, and I discussed it. All right. Then later on, wackos come out and full on accuse him and just go on and on and on after him over and over again. And, you know, that's why law enforcement needs to clear people quicker sometimes, right? Thank you, Quietly Frozen. The coolest name in YouTube history. With the obligatory. And this statement right here is regarding Bryan Kohberger.
This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
Couldn't have said. God, Grady Judd couldn't have said it better. Hey, thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it. Thank you for always sticking to the facts. I look forward to us going over everything using. Yeah. I mean, I got the model here. All right, so I went over the entire document again and, you know, copied some of the stuff and then just wrote some stuff the way I wanted to write it. Yeah, you got to admit, like, if you're wondering and bitching and complaining about why the roommates didn't do what you wanted them to do, then you are virtue signaling. That's what you're doing at this point. There's no connection in terms of like helping out with Bryan the Psycho Koberger. All right, he is an absolute. This guy is and was going to be, if not already, a serial killer. You know, he is just wow, unbelievable. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna go through it again, but without the document in front of me here. All right. It's going to be just what I wrote here. Is that okay? Do you guys you don't mind doing that? I mean, what I'll do is I'll keep it off to the side so then I can reference some things over here, I guess. Officer Smith and I, this is after they were called to the house. They walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom. So this is, the way I have it, it's backwards. I think. Yeah, I mean, this is where, you know, you're looking at the house, but in reality, it's like this. This is north-south oriented, right? So if you were looking at it like this, and it's upstairs they were directed to the second floor through the front door. They directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom, so that would be over here on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle, and that was Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. I'm not really sure why they're bringing that up, you know, like what was the purpose of that? So, you know, let's just make it so we're going upstairs. They came in this front door right here. Then they come up these stairs. And then here's the bathroom that they're talking about right here. And this bathroom, part of the wall goes to that bedroom right there. And then this is the bedroom where actually Xana was on the ground too. So maybe both of them were on the ground. We don't really know. But this is the bedroom. It's on the west side of the house. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. So she's actually on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries. There was a dog in Kaylee's room. When Moscow police officers initially responded to the dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend Jack DeCoeur. So that's where her dog, just like whatever you want to say, speculated on this show, was that the dog was in Kaylee's room because it wasn't in one of the rooms where people were dead, and that means Kaylee's room is one of those rooms, and doesn't it make way more sense that her dog was in her own room? Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side. So they went upstairs, is what they did. Soon after that, they went upstairs. They found the dog, Kaylee's dog, in Kaylee's room. Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. So here we go. We're going to go up. There's the stairs going upstairs. First, right here is Kaylee's room. That's where her dog was, right there, right? And then right here, there's a bathroom right there also. So that was pointed out on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a shared a wall with Madison Mogen, and they'll refer to her as Mogen, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed. So are they saying in the one bed, or is it a single, like a single size bed? I'm not really sure what they're saying like that, but in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. So you go in this room here, and they were both on, this is probably somewhat accurate here, and maybe this would be where Madison was, and apparently that's where the sheath was found to Madison's right while looking through the door. So that's pretty interesting, right? And there's this is from another crime that I did, so this blood wasn't something I added to this scene, okay? Smith then pointed out, okay, we did that. I also later noticed that what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed, so we'll go back into the room. Laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. So it must be that she was on the side, because if it was in between them, it'd be hard to see it. So it sort of seems like it's just how I have it right here. And let's just say that this right here is Madison, and then the sheath was right there, something like that. It was later processed and had K-Bar USMC on it, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. So there's a little strap that keeps the knife from coming out. So on that snap itself, you have to press harder, pull on it, whatever it is. So they found DNA from that. And therefore, I was talking to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick earlier, and it's like, at that point, you have that item. And it makes it a lot easier because you know that the killer, if that's his, touched it. And it's in that house. And if there's blood and it's all mixed all over the place, you'd have to test all these different things to locate the, which blood sample doesn't match. Here is an item that he would have had to touch. So apparently, what's interesting about it is he may have wore gloves in the house, but when he put that on, maybe his belt or whatever earlier, he had his regular fingers touching it, right? Like he didn't have the gloves on, just the nude fingers or whatever you want to call it, just pressing on the button. And he's handled it before. It's his, right? So Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen were inside the residence. Those are the 2 surviving roommates. We just heard their name in that hearing a minute ago as a protection order against him. His team and he are not allowed to communicate at all with any of the people that district attorney mentioned there. So Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen were inside the residence when homicide occurred. Bethany's room was on the east side of the 1st floor. So basically, when we're looking at this on my Google Earth, or not Google Earth, in this program here, 3D Studio Max, this is the front of the house, but it's backwards. So if this is east and that's west. It's actually, this is east and that's west because the north-south orientation is like this. So Bethany Funk lived in this room right here, just below the living room. And you can see right there, you can even see into the living room right there. See the sectional couch through the window and all that, it's right there. So that's where Bethany Funk lived. Bethany Funk, Bethany Funk saw Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at the University of Idaho campus, I guess from 9 until 1:45. The 1:45 part's a little confusing because I thought she was home at 1, but they may have just completely, like I said, they embellished everything about the two surviving roommates to change, not tip off the killer about anything. Kaylee and Madison arrived home at 1:56 by a private party who drove them home. Dylan and Bethany said that all occupants of the residence were home by 2 a.m. It's actually by 1:56. Dylan went to sleep, that's Dylan Mortensen, went to sleep in a room on the east side of the second floor near the stairs. So again, we'll go, let me go inside the house, show you right where that room is. I'm going downstairs again. So now we're back into the living room. This bedroom right here is where Dylan Mortensen was living, in that room. And that's where she saw and heard all the things that she saw and heard. All right. So Dylan went to sleep in the room on the east side of the second floor near the stairs, leading up to the third floor. So that's exactly right. But awoke at approximately 4 a.m. She thought she heard Kaylee playing with her dog a short time later. You know what I'm actually thinking right now, you guys? That the killer killed Ethan and Xana first, went upstairs and killed Madison and Kaylee, then came back downstairs and finished off Kaylee, who Xana, who may have been whimpering. And that's when he came back through this area and Dylan Mortensen saw him as he was leaving. I think it's possible now that because he was there for a little longer than you might think. I mean, he was there in the house for like 20 minutes or something. And that's a long time in reality. That's not, he could have killed all of them in 5 minutes. I mean, that's just a theory that I have, but it makes more sense. We'll just go through it. So anyways. So it was leading up to the third floor, but awoke at approximately 4 a.m. She thought she heard Kaylee playing with her dog. A short time later, Dylan thought she heard Kaylee say, "There's someone here." Forensic examination of Xana's phone indicates that she could have been, it could have been her that heard that, that said, "There's someone here." She was awake, because Xana was awake using TikTok at 4:12. I mean, that's nuts, right? And had just received a DoorDash meal. Dylan looked out her door when she heard that comment, but saw nobody. So Dylan looks out the door we're looking at right here. So let me go I'll go right to that part. So this is Dylan's room right here. So right here, let's just say Dylan went like this. And was just kind of looking out, because you can see right there into the living room, and then sees this guy coming and just barely has her door open and she just freezes up. But anyways, we're not at that point yet. So forensic examination, I just told you that at 4:12, Xana is using TikTok and she just got a DoorDash meal. Dylan looked out her door when she heard that comment but saw nobody at all. Dylan opened her door a second time when she heard that she thought was crying coming from Xana's room, and Dylan said she heard a voice saying something like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." All right, so that's going to likely be Bryan Koberger who said that. At 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112. Earlier on the show, my brain wasn't working correctly because I got up. I just started doing the show right when I woke up. 1112 King Road picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices whimpering, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. So if we look at the Google Earth here, that's the surveillance camera. Let me turn them all on here. That's this house. That's the house that had the camera on it the whole time. Remember the one that was on their porch? And look how close that is to their house. So that camera on this home right here kept picking up the, the muffled sounds. I mean, it's pretty disturbing. The pick up sounds of whimpering and then a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. Dylan opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure dressed in all black clothing, a mask that covered the person's mouth, and nose, so it covered their mouth and nose, walking towards her. So they weren't going to be in the kitchen. So that's one of the things I just kind of need to, if we look at this right here, the door opens. Let me see if I hit there we go. Is that going to work? So that's how the door opens, like this, right? I doubt it looked like that. I would imagine it was a hell of a lot. It was probably something like this, okay? Sort of like that. So she saw a guy in all black walking towards her. So that would have been right there from the living room coming out, because how could you have seen somebody walking towards her? Because he didn't come from the kitchen, right? So the only, if you look at it, you go out the door, and then that's the kitchen. He left that way right after she saw him. And if he came down the stairs, she wouldn't have been able to see him with the little crack of the door. So it has to be that she was like this and saw the person coming like that. Does that make sense to you guys? It has to be like that. Because if he came down the stairs, how would she see him right now? Just try to ask yourself that. How would she see him right now coming down those stairs, and that he had bushy eyebrows, right? So it kind of has to be like this. He's coming towards this door right here. And people ask, gosh, what are these models good for? Man, they're so useless. Yeah, well, say that again. and try to say it seriously. All right, Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller. He's 6 feet. Not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. And that's exactly what I put out in a video 2 or 3 days ago. Too much, crazy, the people. The reason I posted it is because it sounded very legitimate. And there was already an arrest made. I had that information since November 22nd. I didn't put it out there because, well, first of all, I have integrity. Second, and that's really it. I mean, that's the answer. There isn't a second thing. The reason that information wasn't out there was to protect people. Okay, so once an arrest was made, boom, they're safe. The person isn't out there anymore. Yeah, I don't know why that gets you stuck there, KK. To me, it's really simple. The guy's probably, it's dark in the house. Her door's open. He's really kind of focused on, now he's leaving, and he's just really kind of in this weird zone because he just killed 4 people. Yeah. Bundy did something very similar, actually, walking by people. Yeah, so it's just not that big a deal. We don't always have to get stuck on things. The homicide, they believe, had happened between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Shoe print was found of a van-style shoe just outside Dylan's room. Right? Suspect vehicle was a white sedan, so they found this, again, a shoe print right outside of Dylan's room. and it sort of verifies that he walked by right there. But of course he walked by there because he went upstairs and he went downstairs and all of those things. I think he went up, let's see. He killed Eaton first and then attacked Xana. And he figured they were dead or were going to die soon. And then he goes upstairs and attacked Kaylee and Madison. Then he goes back downstairs and he hears that same whimpering. I mean, it's kind of a shitty story, but then he goes back and he says, I'll help you, and he kills them, makes sure that they're dead at that point. That makes sense? Yeah. All right, so the suspect vehicle, white sedan Honda Elantra. Let's see. So it has at 3:26 a.m. on 11/13/2022, the same morning of the murders. This is before the murders. Was traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, so let's see. I think we have this all in here. Yeah, 700 Indian Hills Drive. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so somehow he's over here. It's really bizarre. I mean, how he's coming into town. He must have driven like this, and then... So that is interesting. Remember that Elantra driving by that gas station? Wow. So it was going like this. And it was earlier. It was before the murders. Because remember they said the murders between 3 and 3:45 or whatever it was, 4? But now it makes sense that the Elantra at that Exxon was going like this. And remember how the lady said it turned into the neighborhood? I don't know how they knew that, but what if it came down here and then turned and then got onto like this street, Indian Hills Drive, and was driving like this, making its way back up like that, just kind of taking these weird long routes to throw people off. That makes sense? The 328, it's on Steiner Avenue, which is right here. That was 326, 328, and that's right next to that A&W, so the vehicle might have been seen going this direction. Because remember, this camera showed the Elantra driving this way. And now it makes a hell of a lot more sense that this was actually filmed before the murders, if that really was an Elantra and all that. But it was, the timing kind of makes sense. I don't remember the exact time of it. I thought it was around 3:30. Then 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. on November 13th, 2022. Multiple sightings of the vehicle in the neighborhood. Let's see. In the neighborhood, passes 3 times at 1122 King Road and then leaves via Valenta Drive. So that means 3 different times it drove by here and then ends up going up here and then comes back around, maybe making these loops. You know, well, hell, that would actually, does that work to do that? Huh. I wonder if it did something like this, where it comes up here, drives around, all the way around like this, and then goes back around, looks at it again, and goes up Valenta Drive, back around, just kind of doing this little loop situation. I mean, he could have turned around and went back down, and that kind of thing. Yeah. Got to put you on timeout there, Angel. Hey, thanks, Alicia Galagos. Great, happy you got to eat yummy stuff. Just got here, but seems you are having a better night. Yeah, last night, I don't know, just kind of sucked. It was shitty at first, but got better at the end. Yeah. So again, that was 3:29 to 4:20. The car was doing these loops, and then but at 4:04, on King Road. So at 4:04 a.m. at 11/13/2022. So he did those 3 loops prior to this 4:04 incident. And I think I know exactly what he was doing. At 11:13, he was eastbound on King Road. So he was eastbound on King Road, which is right here. Well, this is King Road and this is Queen. It's really confusing how they got these roads here. But so he's eastbound on, let's see, eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around at 500 Queen Road. So this is 500 Queen Road right here. So let's say he's driving like this, and then he goes too far and he goes, oh crap. Then he turns around, maybe back in here somewhere, and then he drives back out. And then what I think he did was he wanted to go up this side road here. That's what I think he wanted to do. But he passed it, and then he was trying to figure out, how do I back into there? But when you look at the road, when you look at it, he's up here, and he turns around, and he comes here, and he passes this one, and he's trying to figure out how to turn around. You got the garbage cans, and just whatever it is, he just wasn't able to turn around. So he drove to the end of this road here, and he did the 3-point turnaround. So he drives like this, and likely what that means is he went from here, he turned, backed in, back this way, then went like this. And at that point, I think he went up this road head first, drove up here and parked. He didn't park down here. That'd be ludicrous, right? So he drove up here and parked. He was just trying to get to this road, but it was kind of dark out, and he was having a hard time seeing it because it's kind of narrow. And that's just my opinion on it. But it kind of makes sense. See how it's just this little road that you could easily miss. You drive by it, oh crap, and then you kind of miss it again. And it's dark outside. You're kind of nervous. You're kind of amped up. You're about ready to go kill some people, and you're antsy, and you miss it. And then he goes around, turns around, then he drives up there, parks behind the house. And I said likely wanted to go up that side street behind the house. Vehicle continued to Queen and King Road and did a 3-point turnaround and then drove east. So this is right where he would have been, and then he just kind of disappeared. So I think he went up behind up there. And then at 4:20 a.m., departs King Road at a high rate of speed. So when they say the murders happened at 4:25, I don't know why they're saying that. It would be 4:20. And the murders would have to be between 4:04 and 4:20, not 4 o'clock and 4:25, right? You guys agree with that? So the murders are between 4:04 and 4:20, because 4:04 he's still in the car driving and trying to park it. And I would even say more likely something like 4:07. I mean, isn't that amazing? Because that's right when Xana got her meal. I mean, literally, like right then. And one of the things you might think about is, what if the meal driver was in the parking lot right there, waiting, and he saw that, and that's what kind of confused him. So he's like, oh shit. And then he turned around, and he saw the person leaving. That delivery driver there, very easily, the person who drove the DoorDash to the house, easily could have seen him. They were there basically at the same time, right? 4:20. I mean, I was able to go through this at a slower pace and digest it all, so hopefully it's better this time. I mean, we just kind of read through it. But does that make sense? Because remember, the DoorDash was right at that same time, right around the 4:04. The suspect vehicle was determined to be a white Hyundai Elantra. Okay, let's just do this part. I'm still going to move up here. At 4:20 a.m., the killer departs using his Elantra on King Road at a high rate of speed. The vehicle is then observed traveling south on Walenta Drive. So this is what he did. He went just like this. Straight down here, ding, 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 really quick. The camera that picked up all the audio of the killing is right on this building, on one of the light fixtures. They had put that in not too long before the killing. And then he must have driven down here, taking a right, and then zipped around. And that's Walenta Drive right here. And then it says, exited the neighborhood at Palusa River Drive and Conestoga Drive. And that is way over here. This is Conestoga, and the Palusa River Drive is right here. So this is right where he came out of the neighborhood. And so, you know, a likely route would be something like, I mean, it's interesting because you couldn't go this way. You had to go here, turn, drive around, and then maybe turn down here. It's kind of hard. You get blocked in here. Probably just went like this. Down here, made it more of a straight line to there, came around, and then like this. Let me try to just look at this for a second. I'm going to put a diagram on here. Probably went like this. I think he must have came around like this. And there you go. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I can't see it better. This is all blocked off over here. And I mean, there's maybe a way right there. I can't tell. Seems like that would, you wouldn't even think of that. So that's what makes sense, right? So that's what we could say is maybe how he got out of there down to here. All right. So now we're on to the suspect vehicle was determined to be a white Hyundai Elantra from 2011 to 2016, later determined further to be a 2014-2016 Elantra. Right. Yep. That's right, Lisa. And, you know, there was a lot of parties there, so she just wasn't really that sure what she was hearing and what was going on. So I think if she'd gone out and actually checked the room, she may have called police, but she was really frightened and scared and wasn't sure what to do. Like I said, I'm just really tired of it. I mean, I don't even want to talk about the roommates anymore. It's just a complete waste of time other than what they saw that's relevant to the case. You get it? All right? That's it. I mean, you might be able to talk to your friends and go, well, if you're in a similar situation, err on the side of calling 911, right? Boom. That's about it, right? That's about the only thing you could say. But you don't know what the situation was. You don't know how they felt. And there's no technical value whatsoever to the case as why they didn't do this and why they didn't do that. It helps nothing, figures nothing out, doesn't do anything. And I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, but I keep seeing the references over and over and over and over again. So let's get down to this part. So on 11/25, actually, I think I'm up here farther. Hold on. The suspect vehicle was determined to be white Honda Elantra from 2011 to 2016, later determined further to be a 2014 to 2016 Elantra. Investigators were given access to Washington State University campus video footage. At 2:44 a.m., so now we're over at Washington State University, which is just right over here. At 2:44 a.m. on 11/13, so this is, you know, like an hour and 15 minutes before he got there, hour and 20 minutes. In Pullman, the Elantra was traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street. There's something there they didn't type in right here about that whole situation. I wasn't able to, even after reading it 1,000 times, I wasn't able to determine what the hell he was talking about. But at 2:14, I think they just wrote it wrong and got kind of confused. It was traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street. So this is Southeast Nevada Street and it's heading north. But why would it be heading north? That's when he's leaving. You know, so And then the next one is at 2:53 is traveling on Southeast Nevada Street headed towards SR 270. So that makes sense. Although this is Southeast Nevada Street. So I think what they're really saying is he was on Stadium Way at that intersection driving in this direction. But because this road here doesn't make any sense to be on it. As a matter of fact, the road stops, goes from here to there, and then it's Olympia Avenue. So I don't know what that means, but what I think they're saying is it was on Stadium Way at the intersection of Stadium Way and, well, it does kind of say that. It says traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way on the first one. And the next one says the Elantra was traveling on Southeast Nevada Street headed towards SR 270. So, yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's like right there, and then 9 minutes later, it's still right here. So something is incorrect about how that was written. And then at 5:25, so it goes all the way from 2:53, and then at 5:25 a.m., looking at their cameras in Pullman, 5 cameras picked up the suspect vehicle. All right, so I have all of this here. Watch this. At 1300 Johnson Road. And I think that is, let's see, 13, I think I have it in there, just like 1300. Oh yeah, that's way down there. That's right down here. 1300 Johnson Road. At 5:25, it's driving by this business right here. On this road, too. So that's weird, right? And so look at this. What's that road say on it? Old Moscow Road. Or Moscow Road. Heading, so does that take you to Moscow, Idaho, if you keep going? Yeah, who knows? I mean, it must do that. It kind of does end up in there. So maybe this is part of it right here. Yeah, there it is. Old Moscow Road. And that takes you right into Moscow, Idaho in the back way. And guess what? You come out almost exactly at the Sigma Chi fraternity here. See that? Old Pullman. Oh, that's funny. They call this one Old Pullman Road, but it ends up, because that's where that goes. But then it's Old Moscow Road going like in the other direction or something. Pretty crazy, right, you guys? Pretty crazy. But I don't think that's why he was on that road. I think he came further down and then just happened to merge into that old road right there. See this? I think he came in on Johnson Avenue right there. So anyways, 1300 Johnson Road is right there. This was at 5:25. Then he turned north on Bishop Boulevard. This is Bishop. He's heading north. And then northwest on SR 270. So that would be northwest on this road. So he's going this direction. So I guess I could put that in there. .525-ish. Northwest on 270. I mean, it's all really quick right in there. And then at 5:27 a.m. on 1113 Pullman, you went northbound on Stadium Way. So that's right here, okay? He's seen at Nevada Street, so that's right here again. So I think that's why I'm saying that that's where the error came in their earlier writing. This is Nevada Street. It's heading this direction. Then it's seen at Grimes and Stadium Avenue, right there. Then it's seen at Wilson Road and Stadium Drive, which is right here. And then it's seen at Stadium Way and Cougar Way right here. And look how now we're getting right next to where he lives. He lives right there. So it's all heading up towards his house right there. All right, you guys all following along here? Is it making a little bit more sense than earlier? A little bit. That's why I think the mapping part of crimes, especially ones like this, is absolutely a huge element. And that's what I try to do in all cases that have some sort of location information. These kinds of things are really right up my alley, where you have a document where you can just go through it and put it all together. No, Cindy. No, Cindy. Didn't get home an hour. Yeah. Or you mean after the killings? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more like an hour and a half after that. Yeah. So, anyways, then on 11/25, this is more like continuing investigation. Moscow Police Department asked area law enforcement to be on the lookout for white Elantras. And then it says, Elantras, a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania plates was registered to Bryan Koberger. This is in the town there. No, here it is. So they were looking for white Elantras, and it said at 12:28 a.m. on 11/29/2022. Hey, thanks, Callie Gal 3 and Lisa Stricker. Very cool, very cool. Thank you. So on 11/25, a request was made out for area law enforcement, meaning, you know, into Washington, local Idaho, all over the place, to look for Elantras. And then at 12:28 in the morning on 11/29, 2 weeks or so after the murders, police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantra registered at WSU. As a result of that query, a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania plates was registered to Bryan Kohberger of 1630 Northeast Valley Road, plate number LFZ 8649. Then again, literally 30 minutes later, amazingly, in Pullman, on the same date, WSU officer, so a campus officer, Curtis Whitman, was looking for Hyundai Elantra. So they were probably given at their, before they checked out that night, hey, let's really be on the lookout for an Elantra. There's some evidence that it was heading in our direction. You know, something like that. So Curtis Whitman was looking for Honda Elantras and located a 2015 white Honda Elantra at, so he drove around and he literally drove over here and he found a white Honda Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. That vehicle obviously, I mean, I'm typing this in. That vehicle obviously then led to Kohberger as well. White male, and on the license when he pulled it up was a white male that's 6 feet tall, 185 pounds. The license also showed he had bushy eyebrows, so they noticed that right away. Hey, thank you, Hungry Helmet. And Vicky Kennedy. And this is where he lived, right here. And now we go on to further investigation here. On 8/21 in 2022, in Moscow, Idaho itself, Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke, the sole occupant of the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649, expired on November 30th, 2022. Let me ask you guys, does anybody know right offhand when Kohberger showed up I know it was in August, I thought. I mean, how quickly was he already scoping out where his killings were going to be? Did he actually start communicating with these people perhaps while he was all the way back in Pennsylvania and chose Moscow, Idaho for this? I mean, it's really bizarre to think about, right? Well, that can't be 8/22. Lost in the Shadows. It can't be. Doesn't make any sense. I just told you he was on camera at 8/21 in Moscow, Idaho. So if it's the 12th, that makes sense. Nah, you don't know WNC Granny. You have no idea. He could have, sure. I mean, it's just kind of odd how he gets into town and he starts driving right over there. And it's not a vegan place. So if everybody could quit calling the Greek restaurant that they worked at a vegan restaurant, I would really appreciate it. It's just a normal restaurant, and yes, they have vegetarian menu there for other people. Zozo cleverly added, his nose arrived in January. Jesus. What? It's ridiculous. Oh man. And see, I don't care when people trash the criminals. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't care when people trash the criminals into oblivion. It really makes no difference to me. So how is this working for you guys? Is it really starting to gel? Just going through it the way I went through the entire document again and wrote it down the way I want it to be and laid it out. I mean, this is the way I have it on the screen. Look. See how different that is with the dates and times? Everything's just kind of like that. All right, so I'll be back here in just a minute.
This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
I gotta use the restroom. Thank you, Tamara. Not today, but tomorrow. Oh, and Ash Axiom. Thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much for all the super chats and support for the channel. I really appreciate it. It's going to make a huge difference. And Colleen and Misty might come on tomorrow evening and talk about this. I think it's kind of weird that the media put out... Here's what happened. Want to hear this? When somebody was told, they were able to determine that his father was... And they went, oh, genetic genealogy! And they just ran with it. I mean, all the big networks were talking about forensic genetic genealogy being what solved it, and it has nothing to do with that. But I guarantee it, that's what happened. It was kind of... I thought it was cool, you know, but maybe someday that's what it'll be. Everyone brace for the Archie Bunker. Oh, you mean I should have went like this when I got back? Where is it? I should have went... Is that right? When I got back from the bathroom? All right. So on 8/21/2022, Moscow, Idaho, Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke, sole occupant of a 2015 Honda Elantra, expired, and those plates were going to be expired on November 30th, 2022. His phone number was given on body camera footage ending in 8459. So that's where they got his phone number, right from that body camera footage. I'm sure they could have got it some other way, but then on 8/14/2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU police officer. Upon review of that, this is 1 month before the murder. Upon review of that body camera and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Honda Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649. Then on 11/18/2022, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington plates, and later, in Washington he registered it, and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania. I mean, what convenient timing is that? Pretty amazing, don't you think? No, it's not, Jeffrey. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. I'm going to put you on timeout. It's not fair anymore. I don't really care anymore about... do you guys see how frustrating that is? Why do you need to know the answer to that question? They're not part of the murders. You get it, right? Thanks, True Ann. Okay, so that was the last one. He got his new plates right before, or like I would say, well, let's see, within about a week and a half. And people on the internet, to give them credit for their sleuthing, came up with that. They already had that information. 12/15/2022, Kohberger's Elantra was then queried, pulled over on December. You know what would be cool? If we had all these sleuths out there, and then I was the person that got to discard and keep the things that are worthy. It'd be so cool if there was like this centralized place where, okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. Ding, 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 and put it all together. Because I don't know, I think that's one of the skills that I have, is being able to just sort of, yeah, no. I mean, I'm not always right, but it seems like there's so much stuff that's just absolute garbage. You know, like the whole part about the, oh my God, Kaylee's not in the picture with the other sorority sisters, everybody. Oh God. One of the sorority sisters called in the noise complaint. You know, and it just gets really old. I would just be able to go, yeah, forget it. And just throw that away, boom, 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 and just take the ones that seem really reasonable. That'd be awesome. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you guys see it every night, right? All right. So that was that. Then on 12/15, that's when he was driving. So guess what, you guys? So on 12/15/2022, it's worded like this. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried, I think that means pulled over, on December 15th, 2022, by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. Okay? I think it means he was pulled over, and I think that's exactly what that's referring to. So what I'm going to do now is, we've done this before, but, you know, why not do it again? Tonight, for Mike D's, you know, in honor of Mike D here, I went out, and what I do when I get the scanner audio, this is 12 minutes long. Let's see if we hear anything. It's 12 minutes long. I remove all of the silent time, because this is an hour of time, but I remove the silent breaks in there. And would you guys be interested in listening to this to see if during this time we can hear anything about the Elantra? And we got to realize that his new plates are CFB 8708. All right, so here we go.
Parking complaint.
Let me go to the beginning.
Buckle, on a silver Ford Escape.
Fire controllers, 442s in service.
Engine 442 in service.
Actually, let me I got the audio
Tech
file of
Rescue
this.
445 in service.
Service.
Engine 442 in service.
Okay, here it is. A little better.
Parking complaint. Western Buckle, on a silver Ford Escape. King Highway Chest Plate THX 562.
Obviously the same date, Winston, don't you think?
52-114, I'll be 10-8, report taken.
52-114.
Silver.
Match. Are you done with the VIN check?
Oh, what date is this recording? This the scanner audio? Oh, it's from June of 1987.
406.
1023.
52-113. 442 in service. 633.
Come on, Mike.
115.
No,
I drove through the area. I didn't see any vehicles on the shoulder or white trash bags anywhere.
Be 10-24-10-8.
What do you say? Arnie, what?
113.
Extract anywhere. Be 10-20.
113.
I drove through the area. I didn't see any vehicles on the shoulder or white trash bags anywhere. Be 10-24-10-8.
113. 212.
I dig it from
150,
12/15/2022.
Edward Zebra 141. DE 141. A white Mercedes.
52, 118.
I know our mobile's down. Are you still able to run 28? 1028. It's going to be 700 B-Boy T-Tom 700 BTT.
What's that sound, Gray?
I don't know, man. We get those a
Battalion
lot.
Chief 402. Battalion Chief 404. Engine 421. Engine 422.
I didn't decide on
Engine
anything, Cindy. There wasn't
442.
any.
Ladder 421. Medic 422. Rescue 421. Rescue 445. PC 445. TRT. Respond on fire round 3. Tom Charles 445. Tom Robert Tom. Tech Rescue Trench. Priority 1. Battalion Chief 402. Battalion Chief 404. Engine 421. Engine 422. Engine 442. Ladder.
That's a big one there.
421.
That sounds like on
22.
Emergency. Remember that?
Rescue 445.
SWAT 51 KMG 365.
Clear Rescue 421 en route.
I'm West.
Medic 422 en route.
421.
Engine 421.
Going back to get the ladder. What would not be responding on this?
Clear ladder. Detected run. To a maroon 2001 Lexus L43. Registered to a Robert Signal lady.
How do you spell that last name?
S. Sam, T. Tom, E. Edward, P. Paul, H. Henry, A. Adam, N. Nora, O. Ocean, F. Frank, F. Frank.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
7 miles Rural Street to I-70 eastbound.
Clear. Has been struck.
I mean, I could imagine them redacting and taking this out and not even having it live because it was a really sensitive matter that if you had the scanner audio or something, it might have caused a problem. Like if let's say Brian Kohberger had a way to monitor it. So I don't know. If we hear it, we hear it. If we don't, we don't.
Control, if you would, go ahead and contact IFD and see if they can backfill 42s. Check with green filters, please.
Okay. We won't be taking that. We'll be taking a trailer on this call. Trench trailer for this call.
Control clear.
12 can get that.
Indianapolis.
Go ahead, 86 and 465.
Can you start towards the 115 mile marker? The Corolla on the right shoulder.
Oh man, that's pretty
Clear,
close.
I'm getting fuel. I'll be blue.
It's off of New and Blue. It's right there on the southwest corner off of River Birch.
Control, you show ladder 421's around.
Affirmative, ladder and route.
No, I haven't looked at it.
Be establishing Cascades Command. What was our fireground again?
42, 10-402 on the scene. Have command. You guys have fireground 3, fireground 3.
Oops, sorry about that.
493 EGJ 493 Edward George J.
16, I got your plate, your location cut out. You'll have to repeat that.
Got the 6400 block of north 600 west.
16.
421 on scene.
Rescue.
Battalion 402 on scene.
Fire control, Cascades Command.
Cascade Command, go ahead.
Station's going to actually be on top of the ground with one leg stuck right here next to the house.
Clear on patient on top of the ground with one leg stuck in front of the house. Control.
Go ahead.
Do you have a better location on this?
This is the
Doesn't
sheriff
mean directly.
department in that county. So Hopefully I got the right county.
Cascade Command, Fire Control.
They said Hancock County.
Just information. You're 10 minutes into the event from dispatch.
Thanks, Scott Holland.
Clear, thank you.
Greg Gary Gray, the GOAT.
Go ahead.
The true crime. Well,
I've
thank
had
you.
conversations with IFD, but I have not started them yet. Do you want me to get them coming this way as well?
Negative. I don't think we're going to need them. The guy's actually on top of the ground, and he's got one leg stuck in the ground.
Okay, fair enough.
And 22. Clear. They did advise a patio door.
Ladder 421 on scene.
1611.
They're with us. Copy.
4401 on scene.
Fire Control, Cascade Command.
Cascade Command.
Patient's been extricated. You can cancel anybody that's not arrived.
Patient extricated, canceling all incoming.
Battalion 404 is in service.
Fair in service. Any apparatus not on the scene, you can disregard. Any apparatus not on the scene, 1849 Cascades Drive, you can disregard authority command.
Fire Control, Engine 442 is in service.
Engine 442 in service.
Tech Rescue 445 is in service.
Tech Rescue 445 in service.
Service.
Engine 442 in service.
Tech Rescue 445 is in service.
Tech Rescue 445 in service.
Grant Central Post. Reference the alarm, your unit can disregard. Officer on the scene checked. Everything checks okay. Dog.
Cass County Logan's 4 units. Attempt to locate a reckless semi. They'll be northbound 29, just south of 500 South. Car advises a semi with an open trailer, red cab, and a red trailer. He advises passing recklessly and ran a small car off the roadway. They're northbound 29, just south of 500 South. It's a red cab with a red trailer.
Affirmative.
119 trip.
You can go ahead.
Going away east, standby for flight. It's a white Hyundai.
19.
Fire Control 4202.
4202.
Terminate command, release fireground, units marked in when available.
Clear on command. Terminated fireground released. Units marking it.
Dispatch 215 on 10-8.
215. 52-113.
Ladder 441 service.
Service.
Go ahead with this 1028.
Tim tag D David 192610. David 192610. Showing expiration 2023 on a Tim tag. It's a black Nissan Sentra.
114.
Did you say mine was at the 73/7 westbound?
73/9 westbound.
Affirmative. I just left the vehicle. It's abandoned. I'll tag it. I'll call you with the plate number in a minute.
114.
402 in service.
48.
I checked all the ramps, UTL 1024.
52-148.
Let's come out with another vehicle at the 115/1.
Here, what guys?
Looks like they spun out, but I don't see any damage. I'll advise.
113.
Control Medic 422 is in service. No case.
Medic 422 in service, no patient.
Medic 422, check your lights.
4401 in service.
Dispatch 115 is on duty. 115. 143, a traffic hazard 200 west in US 40.
Yeah, they don't sound that bad.
Call the metal dolly in the middle lane.
They don't have marbles in their mouth.
Advise they were clipped, spun out. They have pretty much no damage on the back of the vehicle or anywhere else. They're 10-24-10, no report.
13.
Look.
Go ahead.
Give me your action to McDonald's off of check disregard. Towards
What are you
McDonald's
talking
off
about?
of 465 and Harding for 1050 PD. The Fusion obstructed by a 1057 road SUV on 465.
22144
No, this is
Indianapolis.
Indiana. You can hear him say it.
Can you start towards marker
This is when I was trying to find where they pulled him over.
1050 PD on the right shoulder of exit 47, semi-trailer versus dolly pickup with trailer.
Yeah,
When he was pulled over, I'm just trying to see if it's in here. I haven't listened to it
52
yet.
149.
I'll take that. 144, control that.
Might not be in here at all.
Clear. 144, are you clear? 119.
108 East, California 9, David John Zebra 041 for Silver Volvo.
Car 13.
Dallas County.
Clear. The other day I stopped there at Sugar Creek Ridge. Did some mates on the bridge. I'm not familiar with that down there today.
Okay, I'll check and advise. Indianapolis car 13. 1043 5221 is correct. They're working on the bridge. It's over the Big Blue River. About reports it's backed up into.
Control medic 442.
Medic 442. Medic 442 back in service.
52 118.
That's only 12 minutes long. So I just wanted to see if we could find something.
15, you can disregard. It looks like 202 out the door.
Yeah.
It's going to be 4528.
And then we'll get back to the...
CANDLETREE.
Why would I be thrown in jail? What'd I do wrong? Jesus. I should throw you guys in jail.
142.
Put me out on a traffic stop, 65 southbound at the 104 and start me another unit.
12.
Down, so it'd be another hour.
I didn't miss anything, Stem.
112.
Did you hear something, Stem? Where is it? Where? How far back?
142, 148.
Let's pause the show. Where was it? Stem KB, I missed it. Where was it? It must have been on there. I must have just not have been paying attention at the right time. Where was it? Stem KB, hurry up. We're going to pause the show until you answer the question. How far back do we need to go? Hell, I'm even trusting you that you're telling me the truth. Ah, forget it.
Maybe signal 10 until we hear back from them.
Yeah, you didn't hear. What did you hear halfway, Kaylee? If you heard it, did you say, look at, where is it? They said white Honda, I don't know, about 2 minutes ago. Okay, all right. So now we have to go all the way back to here.
Vehicle 45 in service.
I heard him say white, another type of vehicle.
Grant Central Crew Post.
Reference the alarm, your unit can disregard. Officer on the scene checked. Everything checks okay. Dog.
Yeah, I heard white.
Logan for unit. Attempt to locate a reckless semi. They'll be northbound 29.
I don't really want to listen to this
500
again.
South. Or raises a semi with an open trailer, red cab, and a red trailer.
All right, 3 minutes.
73 over 9, westbound.
Affirmative. I just left the vehicle. It's abandoned. I'll tag it. I'll call you with the plate number.
That's not it.
114.
402 in service.
48.
I checked all the ramps, UTL 1024.
52 148.
Let's come out with another vehicle, the 115 over 1. Looks like they spun out, but I don't see any damage. I'll advise.
113.
Control medic 422 is in service. No pay.
Medic 422 in service, no patient.
I think you guys are being trolls at this point.
Medic 422, check your lights.
Yeah, it was a white. It wasn't a Honda.
Dispatch 115 on duty. 115. 143, a traffic hazard 200 west in US 40.
I doubt it. No mad beats. I doubt
the metal dolly in the middle lane.
Advise they were clipped, spun out. They have pretty much no damage on the back of the vehicle or anywhere else. They're 10-24 ain't no.
Well, if you hear it, why didn't anybody go, there it is, there it is, there it is? You know, type in like, look at.
13.
Look. Go ahead. Give me your actually make downloads off of check disregard.
I don't. When you say of the file, what file? The one I've got on the screen, because I condensed an hour into. All right, let's see. 7:33 or 7:20.
Cab with a red trailer.
Affirmative.
119 trip.
You can go ahead.
108 East, stand by for plate. It's a white Honda.
Oh, that right there, the white Honda, that thing? Or whatever he said. Let's see.
Going 08 east, stand by for plate. It's a white Hyundai.
Oh my God. Oh God. Hold on. What does it say? Hold on. Listen to it again. Listen one more time. White Honda. White Honda. White Honda. Oh, white Honda. White Honda. Man, Gilligan. Oh, come on. You can't tell what that says. It sounds like Honda to me.
Fire Control 4202. 4202. Terminate command, release fire ground units.
I mean, that's what we're going to base it on, this right here?
Going 08 east, stand by for plate. It's a white Hyundai.
White Honda. It does sound like it says white Honda. And that would be in the approximate right time. Because this is in between the two files, and I think it was... hold on. I have it go from, I think it's 10:28 until I don't know. Yeah, 10:28 to I think it goes to 10:58, and I think that's in the time frame. But that should have been. Yeah. Okay. Well. If it says it, it says that, but we can't tell at all. Like, there was no other anything else mentioned, okay? But it does maybe say that. We don't really know. Why? White Honda. Okay, anyways, hold on. I'll be back in a second. That maybe it doesn't, you know. It does sort of sound like it says white Hyundai, but other than that, it doesn't say anything like, hey, we're going to pull them over. I guess we never got to hear the end, but that's in real time. That's a long time difference there. And there was no license plate read or anything like that. Okay, so anyways, let's get back to the. It was said go to jail. Why do I need to go to jail? What did I do? Okay, you guys. I'm going to prison. Am I going to get out of prison or not? Because I gotta get more. I got more to go on this document here. Like, we're only halfway through this. And we stopped at the Kohberger's Elantra was then queried, pulled over, on December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. Same jail as Brian. You guys are mean. It's not heavily redacted.
We all heard hi Undying.
Thanks for the bail payment. We heard it, Haley. We heard it 15 times, Haley. What planet are these people on in the chat here? Billy Juliana. Vanessa Dance. Always. Okay. Yeah, I should put the chat in jail. Yeah, screw this. Where is this? Where is the...
Bail payment.
There we go. The chat is in prison. Okay? Forget. I don't need to be in there. You guys have to get out of there.
Put chat in jail next.
Thank you, Christy Quasi, Vegas Andrews, Ash Axiom,
Chewbacca?
Emily Flotilla, Vanessa Dance, Billy Juliana,
Always
Belle S, MM, oh, and Noreen Gardner, Billy Juliana, no bail for chat. Ooh, the chat got reduced. Give guards for the time alone with Brian. There we go.
No bail.
Nikki Zibs, Christy B, Turtle Vest Fund. Yeah. Needs to stay there for a while. He grouped me in the troll category for saying white.
Bail.
Oh yeah, you're definitely a troll, yeah. Ande Alanka.
So mean.
We don't know if it even said that. Kind of sounds like it, sure. Huh? I don't get it. All right.
Toward your high Hyundai oil change when you
Well,
get out of there.
let me get rid of... Okay, the chat and myself are out of here. Definitely, I feel like I've vindicated myself. Thanks, Dobby Smith, and let me go to the other one. I like the full. Dobby Smith and Brianna 25. Okay, here we go. So now we're on to December 16th. Thank you guys very much for bailing me out of prison so I didn't have to languish in there and suffer. 12/16/2022, 2:26 p.m. Albrightsville, PA. Surveillance shows the car. So after that, so on 2:15 they pull him over in Indiana, and then the next day at 2:26 p.m. Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Surveillance shows. Hey, thanks, TV Watcher. Paul's Boutique. I'll try it for the Beastie Boys. His car shows up in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where his dad lives, and he's from, and he's the sole occupant. And it was Koberger. So then you go, well, gosh, where was his dad? Well, I think that he must have dropped his dad off at the airport where he got his flight. And so on the way back, he dropped his dad off at the airport, and then he's alone in his car when he drove home. So I said he would have dropped his father off at the airport to pick up his vehicle to arrive home alone. Does that make sense? Let's see. And then his education, PhD student in criminology. He'd taken psychology, cloud-based forensics. Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department regarding assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect, I was just typing really fast, how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilized cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th. 2022 between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. So this is sort of like, from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. They're just trying to find any cell phones or whatever that connected to towers in the proximity of the house. No hits were found for Kohberger's phone, and that was during this time period, so likely he had turned off his phone or put it in airplane mode. And then on 12/23/2022, the person who wrote this report, the Affiant. Much love, Gray, mods, and chat. Well, thanks, Calamity Jade. And thanks, everybody, for help supporting the channel. It's really cool. Thank you. On 12/23/2022, so not really that long ago. This is, 2 weeks ago. They applied for and were granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for Kohberger's phone. And his phone was from an AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicide. The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, analyzed the cell site location information, which is CSLI, cell site location information. The CAST team determined that at 2:42 a.m. on 11/13/2022, Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to his residence. So if we go back to the map here and look over here, remember, right, look at this, 244, he's driving down here, 253. He's heading out onto Highway 270 right there. So if we go back to this, we can see that, let me get back up to, it's 242, Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to his residence. 247, Kohberger's phone appears to leave his residence at its, and it's turned off or put into airplane mode. And that's why just after that, you see him pull onto the highway. At that point, he doesn't want his phone on. And then at 4:48 a.m., it's Highway 95 near Blaine, Idaho. That's where it pings again. And then at 4:50 a.m., so let's see where Blaine is. I think I already have this, but Blaine, that, that's Blaine County right there. I don't think that's it. I think I spelled it wrong. Blaine, Idaho. There we go. Yeah, so it pinged down in this area, which is south after he exited down here. The cell phone pinged off of a tower down here. And let me get that back up again. So 448 at 11:13, Highway 95 near Blaine, Idaho. At 4:50 to 5:26 a.m., the tower that consisted with phone traveling south on Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west. So let's see if we can put this all in here. I think we did this earlier, but let's see. Genesee. Yes, that's down here. So that's Highway 95, right? Yeah, so this all makes sense. He's driving this direction, 550 to 526. He's driving down just like this, passes Genesee down here, and sorry, Jesus, man, this Windows 11 just does all this weird stuff that you don't ask it to do. And then traveling west. So if you picture it, he leaves at around 4:20, remember? And then he goes up. So just kind of have this in your head. At 4:20, he leaves the murder scene, and then he drives up around like this, gets out here. And then at that point, he must have turned left right here. So he comes out onto this highway, or road right here, takes a left, and then takes a hard right on the Highway 95. And then he's heading way down into this area. And even passes Genesee down here. He's going way down here like this. Hopefully this all kind of makes sense. Let me get my music playing again. It's bugging me. .450 to 526, yeah, so he's heading that direction. 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown. So I'm gonna put pins in here. Genesee right here. Genesee, and then where's Uniontown? How'd they spell that? Was that? I guess it's Uniontown, Idaho. Yeah, that's over here. So there you go. So it goes around that whole loop then. But I don't know if it didn't cut across right here though. You know, it could have done some weird little cut across. So that's Uniontown. These are all going on. So he comes down, wraps around, comes up here, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. So that's right. So he heads up north, drives up here, and then this is Pullman. So there you go. That worked. That made sense. And then 5:30 a.m., 11:13, he's in Pullman, Washington. His phone pings are consistent with returning to the residence. Because remember earlier, remember the cameras that spotted him? Look at this, 5:27 heading north. They have his cell phone pinging right around 5:30 right there. So that absolutely matches what his cell phone data showed compared to the camera footage of the surveillance cameras around the town. So they've absolutely nailed, I mean, they've got him in there. His phone numbers, cell phone, are are matching with the surveillance footage, therefore proving to a great certainty that that white Elantra that's seen on that camera is in fact his vehicle, since they all match up. You get it? And he has a white Elantra. And there probably wasn't another white Elantra that drove by the same camera at the same time while his phone pinged there. Okay. So that was 5:30, and it was returning to the residence. The pings based on Kohberger's phone coincide with the movements of the white Elantra observed on surveillance cameras. And then at 9 a.m. in the morning, so just 4.5 hours later, or 3.5 hours later, on that same day, on the 13th, Kohberger's phone leaves Pullman residence and heads, guess where? Moscow, Idaho. And then 12 minutes later, because remember it's only about a 10 to 15 minute drive to get there, at 9:12, on the day of the murders, Kohberger's phone contacts the tower that the 1122 King Road address also communicates with. And I think Cairo came up with a good point when he was in the show earlier, was likely he was driving back to see where the hell, if he could see his sheath. Maybe when he left the house, did he drop it on the ground? He didn't realize that he left the sheath up in the room. I don't know, Megan. I don't know. Then at 9:21, Kohberger also pinged there. So he drove into town, and he was there for at least 9 minutes, where his phone was pinging off the same towers there. Okay, then that's where that part ends. And then on 11:14 the next day, Kohberger's phone did connect to a tower that services Moscow, Idaho, but do not believe he was in Moscow, Idaho on that day. His phone has not connected to a tower in Moscow since. And then on 12/23/2022, historical CLSI data was requested from June of 20. So this is a vast distance of time here. June 23rd, 2022 to current for Kohberger's phone. So now they want to know, where was Kohberger's phone from June of 2022 up until current? Essentially, where was Kohberger's phone during those months? That's what I typed in. Kohberger's phone utilized cell resources that cover the 1122 King Road address on at least 12 occasions prior to 11/13/2022. All but one occurred in the late evening and early morning hours. Let me look at something really fast. Where was that thing that I remember, that part that I really couldn't understand? I understood it later, but I don't remember where that was. The wording was kind of odd. It was talking about like when it was, I think what it was when the vehicle was leaving the area here. He said based on the ping information, he could tell it came out over here because of the other cameras that would have been in the neighborhood. They didn't pick up his car, but they worded it really awkwardly. But anyways, let me get back to this. Sorry for the interjection there. My mind was thinking about, what was that thing? All right, so they were getting the historical data for a 6-month period of time. Where was Kohberger's phone? Kohberger's phone utilized cell resources that cover the 1122 King Road address on at least 12 occasions prior to the 11/13/2022 killings. All but one occurred in the late evening and early morning. So he was out there surveilling. He was there late evening, early morning hours, all but one of those times. On 8/21/2022 at 10:34 to 11:35 p.m., he utilized the same tower as the King Road residence. And remember, that's the night he was pulled over by the police there in his vehicle. At 10/21/2022 at 10:37 p.m., he was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's deputy. So from 10:34 to 11:35, oh, that's interesting. After he was pulled over, he went and continued to surveil. Because look at it, says 10:34 to 11:35, his phone utilized the same tower as the King Road residence. At 10:37 p.m., he was stopped by, if I got that right, I mean, maybe it's possible. Let me just make sure. 10:37. All right. Maybe it was 11:37? No. There it is. Oh, no, it was 11:37. That's funny. I mean, I just sort of checked myself there. Sorry about that. I was just thinking, man, that would be weird if it was... so this was after. Okay. So after he was scoping out the house from 10:34 to 11:35, while driving out, he was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's deputy at 11:37. All right? That makes sense? That makes more sense than what I just said a minute ago. Hey, Shogun Love, let's just pay attention to what we're doing here instead of having that side thing going. All right, so yeah, 11:37 p.m. stopped by Latah County Sheriff's deputy. On 11/13/2022, Kohberger's phone traveled from Washington to Lewiston, Idaho. This is on 11/13, the same day of the murders. He drives all the way down to Lewiston, Idaho, which is way down here. His phone utilizes cell tower resources that cover Kate's Cup of Joe coffee, which is right there, at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store, which is right here, located at 820 Port Drive, showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect's vehicle. So now they have a white Elantra and his phone pings here. Okay, so his phone pings here, he drives a white Elantra, and this camera sees the white Elantra right there. See that? Isn't that wild? I mean, they got this guy nailed on this timing stuff. And then, let's see, 12:46, he's at Albertsons, which is right here. 12:49, Kohberger walks through the store of this Albertsons here and purchases unknown items in the store. Then, roughly 15 minutes later, he leaves the store at 1:04, and then at 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., his phone pings on tower that covers Johnson, Idaho. So for some reason, there's this 4.5 hour gap there that we don't really know. Did he turn his phone off then too, or there just wasn't any cell coverage, or, yeah, I don't know. Because why would he then turn it on when he got over here? So that could have been an attempt at a head fake if he thought people were following. He goes way out here, turns his phone on, makes them go out there, but he turns his phone off again. So at 5:32, he's near a tower near Johnson, Idaho here. And then at 5:36 p.m. to 8:30, the phone stops reporting to a network. So somehow it pinged here, then he turned it off. Is this where he got rid of the knife, you know? Maybe went over this bridge, tossed it off. Who the hell knows? But it didn't ping again until 8:30 p.m. The phone stops reporting to network. All right, and then 12/27/2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger's family residence in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, The DNA evidence obtained from the trash and the DNA from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998 of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. There we go. And that is really basically it. See how it was a little bit, it took a while to get through it, but it was more condensed and more easily understandable. Man, this guy was all over the place. Comes down like this, drives up, back into town. This is kind of how he went there, too. I wonder if he took that old road, though, a couple times. Sneaking on the old highway there. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, we've gone over it all, Case Cracked. You don't need to keep filling people in. We went over the whole thing on the show here. The entire time frame was absolutely different than what we all thought. The murders all happened between 4:04 and 4:20 in the evening, or in the very early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. See what I'm saying? I mean, we've been going over this the whole time. It's not sure how we're, two different shows too. Well, the housemate must have saw him at like 4, 10, 12, something like that, 4:15. I mean, who really knows? He exited the house right after she saw him. I think he was parked right behind the house too. I think he was parked right back. Yeah, there it is. Got so much crap on the screen. But right back here, right maybe where that blue car was. He came up here and he turned it around so he could get it. I'm sure his car was faced out this way, and in the driver's side, he's looking out his window, watching the lights. Then he goes down, enters the house. Probably went to Xana and Ethan first, and it could be merely because Ethan and Xana were still awake, and she just bought the food. And she was on TikTok right when he's in the house. I mean, it's unbelievable. What did she say, though? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What's my quote that I need to put on a mug? I don't know what that means. Is that it? Huh? Yeah, just we went through the whole thing again. I'm not going to go back through it again. Maybe I can go over that one part if you're really concerned about the... Dylan went to sleep. So again, let's do the Dylan thing. We're going to go here. This is Dylan's room, actually, right here. That I'm in. I'll just start over again from the back, from the beginning. Dylan went to sleep in a room on the east side of the second floor, near the stairs, leading up to the third floor. And we know that is... Here's the steps going up to the second floor. And Dylan's room is right behind this wall right here. That's where she lives. This is a previous version. I had already moved him. I can slide him into the room over there like this. Dylan went to sleep in her room on the east side of the second floor near the stairs leading up to the third floor, but awoken at approximately 4 a.m. She thought she heard Kaylee playing with her dog. A short time later, Dylan thought she heard Kaylee say, "There's someone here." Forensic examination of Xana's phone indicates that it could have been her that did that. She was awake using TikTok at 4:12 a.m. and had just received a DoorDash meal. Dylan looked out her door when she heard that comment, but saw nobody. There's somebody here, someone here. She thought it came from Kaylee. I mean, I guess that's possible that she set it upstairs, but they think it's more likely to be Xana. And I think they know that they believe that they were killed first. I think law enforcement believes that Xana and Ethan were killed first. That's why they're seeing the information differently here. Because why wouldn't you just go, yeah, sure. That could be what they said upstairs. So the information and forensic information that they have indicates that I think that Ethan and Xana were killed first. Therefore, when they hear stuff like that, they think of it differently. I do. I do know, Melanie. I know that you want it to be something else, but as we see, I think Gray has more inside info, which makes him... I don't have more info here. Although, if you guys paid attention to the... okay, so we guys agree that the letter that I got, that the bushy eyebrowed comment was 100% a real thing. Put a 1 if you realize that now. Okay? And guess what? In the same document, the same email, it says that they found Ethan first, although they did say he was in the hallway, so that doesn't seem accurate, but maybe that's the only part. They said they think he was killed first. So that's in that same thing. So go listen to or watch that video that I put out a few days ago. All right? So it gives the entire email that I got a hell of a lot more credibility. Don't you agree? Should I go over that again? Because I have it in a written, like a text form. I could go over that again if you want to. So anyways, Dylan looked out her door when she heard that comment, but saw nobody. Dylan opened the door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room, and Dylan said she heard a voice saying something like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, that voice there has to be Brian Kohberger's. And I think if he said that, it's possible that he had attacked them first and thought they were dead, went upstairs and killed Kaylee and Madison, then came downstairs and heard the whining and whimpering and couldn't leave a witness, so he went in there and he killed, made sure that they were dead and made that comment. I know that sounds a little... Please what? Oh, please read it. Yeah. And that's just... I'm speculating there, but it kind of makes sense to me. And I think Xana and Ethan were attacked likely because they're just wide awake still. Tick-tock, they just got a meal. He's in there. He's got to take care of the people that are wide awake because he knows if he can do it somewhat quick and fast, Madison and Kaylee won't be disturbed upstairs because they're kind of off in another corner there. Right? And, well, the reason it has to be that way, if Xana and Ethan were killed first, then it has to be that he went back to them because of what Dylan then sees later. So it says, Dylan opened the door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room, and Dylan said she heard a voice saying something like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Then, here we go, at 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at this house right here picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices whimpering, followed by a loud thud. See, the whimpering sound would probably be Kaylee, or Xana and Ethan again. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. Dylan opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying, so that must have been right around 4:17. And she heard the crying and saw a figure dressed in all black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. And guess what? The only way that could have happened, so I have to go forward all the way through, down to the bottom again. Now we're into Dylan's room. Okay, so the way that works is at the bottom of the stairs, it's that hard right there. I'm in Dylan's room, and look at that angle right there. See, from this angle, somebody walking towards you, if the door was just ajar like that, and you stayed still, and it was dark in there, you might be able to make out their eyebrows. Maybe there's a little light out there. And the person is really hyper-focused on what they're doing because they just killed 4 people. Because right after that, he walks by and goes out through the sliding glass door. So she saw him at right around 4:16, 17, something like that. And he went back to finish off those people. I bet you there was no more whimpering or anything like that after he went back and finished them off. Because he left right there. So if he left right then, he must have been upstairs prior and came down again. So it's hard to know for certain. Did he go upstairs? But then why would she be whimpering and crying or and things like that? Or, you know, somebody's here. So remember the first part about there's someone here. That was earlier. That was like 4:08 or something. And I think that was likely Xana, like they say. And the reason they're saying that is because they think that they were killed first. The killer went upstairs, killed them, then came down, heard the whimpering, and finished them off. I know that sounds, it's not convoluted though, what I'm saying here. It's the only thing that makes sense given the information that's in this document right here. It makes the most sense, let's put it that way. Right, I know. She was on the TikTok till 4:12. She might have said, hey, there's somebody here, right? Maybe that's the time. We don't know how long the guy was in the house. He could have been there a little bit of time. It was 4:12, and then 4:17 was the whimpering. He easily could have gone upstairs, first attacked them at 4:12, then went upstairs, killed Kaylee and Madison, heads back downstairs, here's the whimpering, and then says, I'll help you out, or whatever the term he used. It's okay, I'm going to help you. That was sure as hell wasn't Ethan who said that, right? Yeah, Ethan didn't say that. Yeah. No, that doesn't mean... Why does that mean that if the sheath is with Maddie, he had to be killed? They had to be killed first. Why does it mean that? You don't think he pulled out the knife and he could have had the sheath like in a pocket or something and it fell off? Maybe it was on his side and it was pulled off by Madison, or, you know, I mean, that doesn't mean that at all. I don't know why that has to mean something. You know, that doesn't mean anything. You can't make statements and make it seem like that is, oh, we just solved it because the sheath is up on Madison's bed, therefore she was attacked first. That doesn't mean anything. That might be where a fight happened. No, it doesn't make it more likely. It doesn't make it more likely. It doesn't make it anything whatsoever. It means that there might have been a fight up there and the sheath came off of his body, or he just had the sheath in his hand or something. I mean, we don't really know the scenario. It doesn't make it more likely or anything. Sorry. And I wouldn't even say that if the sheath was down by Ethan. I would just go, yeah, well, I mean, we can't really use that as anything. I don't know, Joshua. Can you know, just kind of... So Dylan opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure dressed in all black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, not very muscular but athletically built, with bushy eyebrows. This male walked by Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Dylan locked herself in her room. So right then, the person in this video right here, so as you're exiting, watch, this is what, let's pretend right now she's following the killer. She sees him right here, right? Goes out the door, and this is where he went, just like this, out the sliding glass door. See? Yeah, well, we'll find out more in time. The only thing that makes sense, though, when you read this, and why do you think they're going out of their way to say that Xana could have been the one who said what they heard when it was something like, there's somebody here. There's someone here. Why not just say, oh yeah, that was definitely Kaylee. And that's when the attack happened up there. Yep. And then they came down and they killed Xana and Eaton. Wouldn't that be much easier to tell in a story? But they don't think that way. They're saying, hey, we know that these guys were killed first, so it's also very likely that it was Xana saying that. Yeah. Right, that's what I just said. Yeah. I mean, it might not be what I'm saying here, but that's what I'm getting from the information. Could be totally wrong, right? Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily had to know the inside of the house layout. He could have just been looking around, you know? Could have just been looking around. He might have known that they lived upstairs. Kaylee and Madison, for sure. But man, that DoorDash driver, he was there at the same time that Bryan got there. At exactly the same time. And, you know, they say the homicide is believed to happen between 4 and 4:25, but I think they've narrowed it down. Because 4:04, he's on the camera still trying to park his car. I would actually say from 4:05 until 4:16. It was 11 minutes. Because the car zips away at 4:17. Takes a little bit of time to get in your car and pull out and then start hustling out. You know, so I would say you could go to 4:05 to 4:16 in the morning. Or actually, it has to be after that. It was 4:20 when it pulled away, sorry. So 4:17 is when there's that sound of whimpering. So he must have finished them off and then got into his car and zipped away right after that. So I would say the murders were 4:19. So 4:05 to 4:19. A 14-minute window there for all four of those people. So what's weird is, what was he doing for a lot of that time? It doesn't take that long, technically, just to, like, if you were in there committed to kill those four people. So there's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. 14 minutes, if you just look at a clock, it's a long period of time. I'm going to go back and try to find that... Here we go. Alright, so here we go. This is the information I got a long time ago. On November 22nd, 2022. One of the survivors saw a man come in as they were going to go out of their bedroom, meaning Dylan. Of course, it wasn't strange for people they didn't know to be there. That survivor didn't recognize the person and was already in their pajamas, so they didn't leave their room and lock the door and went to bed. The person they saw had like their shirt or turtleneck covering their mouth as though they had just come in from out of the cold. They didn't see their face, but the person had bushy eyebrows. They are keeping that information from the public as they don't want any retaliation from the perpetrator. The perpetrator did not see the survivor when they were going to leave their room. So isn't that says exactly what we just said. Somehow the person didn't see him. Jack, the ex-boyfriend, wasn't asleep, as of course, based on what this person was told. Kaylee told Jack she wanted a break. Jack was with a friend when Kaylee called those times because she was trying to get Jack to come over. She was intoxicated, so she was, and this whole story that I broke here, like this is all stuff I put out there. It was mentioned on another channel out there, and they just sort of lazily went, yeah, other YouTubers are saying this, and quoted exactly what I said. They didn't ever mention where they got it from. You know how that goes. It's just the way it is on YouTube. She was intoxicated, so she was persistent and made the statement about them sharing a dog, etc. Jack's friend was teasing Jack about being whipped, and that he didn't need to answer every time she called and play by her rules. So he didn't answer. Didn't answer, and Maddie likely said, "We'll call from my phone. He'll pick it up." But of course he didn't. They were playing lovers' games. Jack is very distraught and having some guilt and will need counseling, as it was told to me. He said if he'd picked up or had gone over, they may all still be alive, and he doesn't have anything to feel guilty about. He may have been killed too. The survivors, and that thing that he did, that's so common, Oh, play hard to get, you know how that goes. I mean, what he did was really common. The thing is, he shouldn't have expected. There's a lot of cases out there where parents feel guilty. Those one-off cases where their kid, normally they give them a ride to the store. It's right across the street. But the one day the kid said, "Can I go to the store?" And the mom was just in the middle of cooking and she goes, "Oh yeah, go ahead." And then a psycho killer kills that person. And you don't go, "Why did the mom let her go?" Which a lot of people, the holier-than-thou jackasses on social media, say all the time. Why not say this? Why can't a kid go across the street and get something to eat at a grocery store? That's because we have freaking barbarian psychos out there. And you're not expecting them to be there every second of every day or anything close to that. And so, I don't know, man. I'm just really sick of the holier-than-thou society that we live in. Especially like in the Delphi case, man. The girls go out to the bridge, and people always say, why did the grandma let them go out there? I don't know. They went there all the time. People go there all the time, you idiots. Okay, they're out there all the time doing their thing. They get to do that. It's weird. Yeah. I don't know. I think if the normal people, what I'm looking for on this channel are the people who heard what I just said and go, damn right. That's what I'm looking for. Because that's the reality. That's real. That's really what it is, right? Not the, how come the roommate didn't call? I don't know, man. I don't know. What difference does it make? She's not the killer. So there you go. That's right, Shogun. That's right. Damn right. You know what I'm saying? Well, cool. I'm glad you guys agree with that kind of stuff. Right. And then, hey, I'll just tell you this. When I was a kid, want to hear? I think this is similar to how she felt. When I was a kid, this is going to sound absolutely. You guys are going to laugh your asses off at me because it makes I sound ridiculous. But there's this lake here in Portland called Timothy Lake, known for Bigfoot sightings. And when I was a kid, I was in a tent at a camp. I think I was probably 11 or 12 years old. And I'm in this tent, and I hear this sound like, and I was absolutely certain it was Bigfoot. And I sat there in that tent petrified for 5 hours. I had to pee really bad, everything. And I just sat there petrified as all hell. And it turns out it was somebody snoring in the morning, but I couldn't move. I was literally I was terrified that it was Bigfoot. Okay, so, I'm just saying, as an adult, can you imagine you're just not sure what this guy is and you heard the sounds and you're freaking out a little bit? Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good feeling. But yeah, I mean, it did happen to be Bigfoot, though. I mean, that's the part that's lame. I've told this story before. I've had 2 different encounters, a lot of new people here, where I think something bad was going to happen. Like when I was, I think 1975 or 6 or something, maybe 10 or 11. I was walking, and now when I think about it, man, exact age, this car, I was walking down the Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, and this car just pulled right up and said, "Get in the car!" And I was like, "What?" And I just ran away as fast as I could. So I always knew, now that I look at that, I'm like, Jesus, those guys were freaking pedophiles or something. Then another time, I was at a basketball camp, and the camp director person drove everybody home, and I was the last one in the car, and I said, "Yeah, I live right here," and he just kept driving. He just kept driving and driving, and then I had my hand on the door. I think he sensed that or something. And then, 2 minutes later, he turned around and drove back. But I always wondered, like, what was that? There was something there that was about to happen, perhaps, right? So, the moment where my hand was on the door, my heart was beating really fast, and I was freaking out. But I didn't say anything. It was just sort of that quiet freaking out. So, pretty crazy, right? Those are the only really 2 things like that. Hey, thanks, Scott Holland. And for the earlier one. Hey, did you hear that a couple of weeks back I was in a golf tournament with 4 guys? And, I mean, we're all like 8 handicaps, right? We shot 14 under. I mean, it was on a par 71 course. And we tied, with all these other people, we tied gross and tied second gross and second net. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was probably one of the craziest rounds we ever had. I don't know, Chives. I don't have any tolerance for the roommate haters, though. I just don't have any time for it. Oh, it was incredible. We made everything. I made a putt. You want to hear this one putt I made? Where these guys go, they all went first, but this putt broke about 15 feet. It was the most ridiculous. It was on this really slopey side hill. And they went first, so I got to see what theirs did. And I said, "You know what, you guys? I think you got to go up here." And they go, "Oh, come on. Come on." So I hit it, and I go, "Tss," and the ball just started trickling. Took like a minute. I mean, it was so weird. It just went over here. Then it sort of stopped at the top of this hill, and it just started trickling down. Trickle, 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 trickle. And it falls right in. And they were just like, "Oh, my God," running around. It was a crazy birdie on a really hard hole. It was nuts, but we did it. Did you do the Tiger fist pump? I don't know if I don't remember doing that. Oh, yeah, so let's keep going through this. Yeah, the survivor heard sounds of a fight or something. So this is Dylan. She heard the sounds of a fight or something, but stayed in their room and kept the door locked. They said no one ever came to their door to try to come in. They called their friends the next morning and told them something happened, and can they come and see what has happened and what's going on. Thanks, Megan Nisley. You're from Portland. I lived there for a good 15 years after high school. Been in sunny Florida. Ah, good for you, man. Portland's a joke. Absolute embarrassment, really. It's a national embarrassment for all kinds of reasons. Just disgusting place. Used to be awesome, you know. Well, it was never awesome politically, but it's been, you know, like you could live here. Now it's a just disgusting place, and it's shitty politically. And it's shitty because of the politics, not because of anything else. The politicians here will not take care of the problem of the homelessness and just taking over the streets. There's camps everywhere. It's not a civil society. It's an absolute embarrassment. Hey, thank you, Paul Hallett. It was a parent and my kid had been Bryan, if I was a parent and my kid had been Bryan and heard the neighbor's camera, they would have definitely called the police and a paralegal. we'll just have to. Okay, and a paralegal. If it was, oh God. See that? I think that was a good sarcastic super chat right there. The absolutely quintessential holier than thou super chat. That was a good one there, Paul Hallett. And guess what? I'm proud of myself for getting it this time. All right. There are suspected, and that I mean those around this case, friends, etc., not necessarily law enforcement, that it was someone that had eyes on Kaylee and maybe someone that had seen her at one of the bars Kaylee frequented, and possibly these are just people around the case, not law enforcement. Also, the dog is still basically a puppy. I know it looks full grown, but it's still very young and it's used to a lot of people coming and going. And I've said many times, if you guys can put a 1 if you remember me saying this, how do we know the dog didn't bark? People keep saying that, why didn't the dog bark? And then people would say, and I'd say, well, how do you know it didn't bark? And now it turns out it did bark. I mean, it barked and it was on audio. Okay, so it's strange when, you know, you just kind of look at things and why are people saying it didn't bark? Just because you didn't hear somebody say, oh, I heard barks. That doesn't mean it didn't bark. Yeah, see, look at all the ones in there. They are suspecting, and by that I mean, okay, we already did that. Also, the dog is still basically puppy, and it was used to people coming and going. Then on the 23rd of November, they sent something that says, sources said a lot more was seen and heard, as you can hear everything in those houses because of the way they are built. And I was already saying that between when they said they got home at 1, and they went to bed, and they just went to bed and they woke up the next day, that they're leaving out a lot of stuff. Then on December 17th, which is 2 days after he was pulled over and 1 day after they saw him pull up to the house and collected the DNA, I guess. Source, the Jack that was rumored to go to Africa, that's the guy right there that was absolutely trashed way more than Kaylee's boyfriend. Okay, this guy right here, absolutely, man, there were pictures with him hunting, with blood all over the place. It's just ridiculous stuff. I mean, you guys probably saw it out there, right? Yeah, Kate Brown sucks. You got that. Did you read the part in Probable Cause, Brian? Yes, we did, Deanna K. We've gone over all of it. Yeah, twice today. Sources was told that it was Ethan that was found on the floor, face down, and it says in the hallway, though. So I don't know if that's like partial hallway or what that means. Source was told that it was Ethan that was found on the floor, face down in the hallway, outside the bedroom, which is weird because that's not what it says in the probable cause document. It is believed that Ethan was killed first, then Xana, and then up to kill the 2 girls. So that's what this person's saying right here. Yeah. Well, maybe it is wrong or maybe it's not. It depends on, like, what if his legs are partially in there or something like that. Hey, thanks, Holly Rose. Hello from Tennessee. Thank you so much for having common sense and integrity. Not so common these days. Yeah, it really isn't, is it? It's crazy. And then up to kill the 2 girls, it was normal for Ethan to spend late nights with Xana, usually leaving between 3 and 4. So he must have been there a little bit later, but he had to return to the frat house as it's against the rules to stay gone overnight. Xana would walk him out so she could lock the door. So maybe they got the DoorDash and they were going to eat that, and then she was going to walk him out or something. Man, I wonder what the deal is with the DoorDash food. Is it still sitting there, or did she just eat some of that? They're going to have all that information. It is believed that Ethan was headed out to go back to his frat house and encountered the perp as he was leaving and was stabbed immediately as the perp was surprised by Ethan. So I don't know, some of this stuff I'm not sure about, because Xana was close behind and was surprised by what had happened, and then the perp and Xana had an encounter. The perp grabbed her arm. This is what apparently they were told. But this is really early on, some of this stuff. So the investigation might have turned in more accurate information later. Pushing her back into the room while he stabbed her with the other hand, hence the defensive wounds bruising Xana had. The perp continued looking for his target, which is believed to be Kaylee. He went upstairs and didn't realize that Maddie would be in the same bed and killed her too. And they say, so basically Ethan, Xana, and Maddie were collateral damage. I don't know. I kind of think that this person went in there to kill all these people. They still believe it was some sort of stalker or someone rejected, etc. And there you go. See? I mean, that right there is 100%, right? I mean, the stalker, he was in that town 12 different times in the same area. Someone rejected. Maybe. Right? Kaylee and Maddie used a campus service they have available to them to get home from the food truck. Let's see. They cannot make any arrests yet as they are waiting on DNA results. So they do have DNA. They're not releasing this information to the media or public. So they were correct on that. So the perp isn't alerted and have an opportunity to run or whatever, like kill themselves. She wasn't sure who they were. I did ask her if that guy they arrested there a week or so ago, for hitting his wife and kid and then cutting himself was one of them. Yeah, so they don't really... No, so these other people have nothing to do with it. So I don't think there's anything else here. Another thing, Hoodie Guy is one of their friends that was at the bar and they left at the same time. He walked with them but was broke and didn't want anything to eat. He stayed back away from them because he didn't want to be obligated to pay for their food because he's a good guy. Because he's a guy, not a good guy. Well, it could be a good guy, but he says he's a guy. Their ride showed up, and then he left to return to his house. And I think they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, so it's not this other guy. Remember that guy that was arrested? It's not the dude that... the guy that was arrested for battering his wife and everything. She was just saying it's not him. Right. Yeah, so there you go. That was what was out there. And I had that since November 22nd. So maybe think about things a little differently, too. So here's another image of the newer, just the video, a better quality type thing. There you go. So you can just watch it. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the room just below the dining room. That room across there is where they thought Dylan lived, but it apparently was a storage room. Then you go up the stairs right here to the living room where the television and sectional couch is. And then down this hall, this is Xana's room, and they were both found in this room, killed. Xana was on the ground too. Then this is just a walkthrough. There's no reason for that door right there on the left. That's actually where Dylan lived. Then up the stairs right here. Then into Kaylee's room on the left. That's where the dog was found, actually, in Kaylee's room. Then this is Madison's room right here. And when you go into Madison's room, this is where they were both found, Madison and Kaylee, right there. And then I moved the dog back to the door there. Hey, thanks, Jay, the blanket, blank, blank. Then down at the bottom, this is Dylan's room, right here, where she was when she opened the door and saw him coming, just like that right there. Then out the door as where he went, through the kitchen and then through here. So there you go. Can I get a boom? Yeah, there you go. There's a boom. All right, so should we do some phones for a little bit here? See what people think. Get the... I think this is it. Yeah, right there. There's the phone numbers. All right, so I'm going to go fill up some more Coke into my cup here and come back and answer some of these. All right. And by the way, thanks all the freaks out there who believe in how I do stuff and realize the value of the 3D model. I mean, I knew that once the probable cause comes out and more information comes out, it's going to be a really valuable tool for us to use. And maybe somebody else will come up with another one like it or something. But at least we have ours to work with whenever the hell we want to. All right, so feel free to call in and discuss this probable cause document. I can, maybe I'll stay on for another hour or something. All right, hold on. I gotta do something here though. Where is that? Oops. Oh, go to table. Shoot. All right, I'll be back here in a minute. Right? Not too bad, right? It took forever to get there. It's supposed to be here a long time ago. All right. All right, 859, you're on there.
How's it going, Gray? It's Scouting Dude.
Scouting Dude. What's going on, Scouting Dude?
All right, I got a couple things. Everybody keeps saying that the suspect dude, Bryan, is smart.
I think
he's dumb. He's very smart, but smart.
You know what I think he is? You know that phrase, some people right at the end of the show, somebody said he was an idiot savant. You know those people they're really good at one thing, but maybe he is an idiot savant, but he's just the idiot part. You ever thought of that?
When it comes to street smarts, because all the level of education he has to have at least a couple brain cells. But when it comes to street smarts, he can't tell the difference between cat shit and Tootsie Rolls.
4 aren't working.
There you go. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Yep.
Yeah, I know what you're
The
saying.
second thing I want to bring up is there are 3 natural responses to the human body when something traumatic happens. In your 3 stories you told earlier, you hit all 3 of them. You have fight, flight, or freeze.
Mm-hmm.
When you thought it was Bigfoot, you froze.
Yeah.
When it was the second story, you ran. The third time in the car, you put your hand on the door and you were getting ready to fight to get out if you had to.
I think it was weird because it was as I got older. Like the one where I had my hand on the door was when I was a little older than when the guy pulled up outside, but I was even younger with the Bigfoot one. But I don't know if I would have jumped up out of my tent and ran somewhere. I don't know where I would go. You know?
Right. But on that, now, I'm in complete agreement with you with the roommates. Nobody knows what they're going to do in any situation. For soldiers in the military to try to not have the flight or freeze kick in, you have to train on it. And you have to train on hundreds of situations until it becomes muscle memory. And you're still not 100% not knowing if you're going to freeze when something happens.
Right. And she probably had all that, like she froze and then sort of curled up in her bed with the door locked, and I bet she didn't sleep more than 2 minutes that night.
More than likely not.
Yeah,
and it probably, when traumatic events happen like that, stuff that seems like it takes forever happens in a couple seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But when you think something happened really quick, she could have been catatonic for hours. Nobody knows until everybody knows when everything comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody's focused on the knife sheath. It don't matter, because that goes back to him with no street smarts. When I would go out on any patrol the entire time I was in the Army, to the lowest ranking private who doesn't have the skill set for field, just comes right out of basic training. They got the book smarts, but they don't have the field craft yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so even me, before I got out as a sergeant first class, every time I went to the field, I checked my lieutenant, made sure everything was tied off on him. Everything from knife, compass, everything.
When were you serving?
I served from December or August 1997 to October 2014.
Oh, so you were like in Iraq and all that shit.
Yeah, I went to Iraq 3 times.
Well, thank you for your service. That's amazing. Thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
Yeah.
But, so the sheath, since he stalked the outside, I think that's a pretty good conclusion based off of everything that's come out, is that he stalked him for a little bit. But he didn't know the inside of the house. So when you're going to go in somewhere that you don't know, you have no idea where the fight's going to come from. Not any idea. You don't know if they're going to be in the bed, if they're going to be somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have been street smart, he probably would have had it on his belt loop. He may have, and it got ripped off. But the knife sheath, it don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, it doesn't indicate the sequencing whatsoever, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yep, that was it. And you're never so mean, and you keep on keeping on, Major Gray.
Hey, man, listen, I really do appreciate your, out there serving our country for so long like that. Appreciate it.
If I had to do it again, I'd probably go in the Air Force.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, anyways, but thank you anyways, all right?
Yep. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. That's pretty funny. 913, you're on. Hello.
Hey, sorry about that. You were on mute. Never mind the previous caller. You did great. You're a great digital investigator. An incredible job. I mean, I appreciate that. And reciting the PCA is very interesting, your interpretation of it.
Uh-huh.
You pointed out there was a hole or a mistype or a small hole in the PCA about time. I'm sort of interested in that. And I commend your taking down and using Google Earth to get the, oh, by the way, don't let this go to your head. But I mean, taking the timeline and the cell phone relay ping on that's good work. I like coming to your show and watching it. I've only watched your show for about a month and not every night. And I appreciate this because I came here first on the internet in the so-called true crime community to see what you had to say about this. So hats off to you for
thank you
for giving up a cohesive rundown of the PCA. I appreciate that as a former private detective. And I'm not talking shit on your victims, what I'm about to say.
But
may I say it? Yeah. Hello?
Yeah. But when you say I'm not going to talk shit, but, right?
No, it's not but. There's no but about it.
Okay, good.
I mean, in today's world, and you're living proof of that, as well as many in the true crime community, about the importance of digital surveillance in a digital surveillance society for criminals. But in 1992, well, first off, let me just be very quick. In 1975 through 1980, I lived in several situations similar to what was going on there at that home in 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. It was sort of a free-for-all atmosphere. It was, it was very free and loose. Almost at that time, I thought it was utopian. You're a university learned people. Is that your dog?
Yeah, they're wrestling back there.
That's cool, dude. It's all right.
Well, I know it's all right.
Cool.
I didn't ask you for
And
approval.
I heard you're making a drink. That's cool too. But I was sort of at that time, from 75 to 80, it was this atmosphere of utopia. For lack of better terms, a utopian towards communal. Everybody's free. It's a it's a wonderful life type thing.
Yeah, I didn't really make a drink though. I went and got a Coke in the kitchen on my break that I had a minute ago.
Oh, it's okay. I don't.
Well, I know it's okay. Why do you keep telling me something's okay on my own show? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's weird how you You bring stuff up and you tell me, hey, that's okay. Yeah, it's okay if you do that. Yeah, that's that your dogs. Yeah, that's okay.
I'm just trying to be nice to you.
Well, it doesn't come across that way to anybody. So, yeah. Anyways, go ahead. What are you coming? I try to speed it up a little bit here. I got some other people I got to get on.
Yeah. But I think a fundamental problem with the campuses today, especially at this location, 1122 King Road, I think that there was an extreme lack of responsible security practiced by, if not the landlord, then the students themselves, when you have that kind of free-for-all atmosphere off campus. And I understand the dreams and the illusions of young people when they go to these campuses. But I do think that there is some sort of responsibility to, and I point out that you yourself pointed out that there was a surveillance camera on a house down the street that may have provided the critical information, digital information.
Yeah, well, the house that's right next to them is the one that caught all the audio at specific times of the dog barking, whimpering sounds, and then a big thud sound. You know.
Yeah.
At 417.
And it was I believe it was a light, what they call nowadays a light bulb, a surveillance camera, based on the photos you provided in an earlier program. You screw it into your front porch. You know, if you can't afford Ring and the subscription, you can actually put these. They look like light bulbs and put them in. And hell, I went out and bought 2 of them after I watched your show to put on my house.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to emphasize the importance of citizens to take some personal responsibility and point out what you pointed out tonight, how the personal surveillance of your property and your neighbors, what's going up and down the public streets is a good thing. I base that on the horrible the changes. I mean, it was horrible back in 1992 through 1998 when I was a security chief at 4 abortion clinics in Kansas. And I was very, it was a horrible situation. And we had to fight the landlord to get that kind of surveillance equipment installed in the property. And I think nowadays it's very affordable that that people take personal responsibility and install this cheap surveillance equipment that's available. And I want to congratulate you for. Wait, one more. You had Ethan in the hallway on your 3D.
Yeah, well, that was one of my example places to put him. On the probable cause, it said he was in the room.
And you jumped up. I think you sort of jumped up and talked about genealogical DNA.
Yeah, that's because it was in. That's because it was on Fox News and CNN.
Yeah.
I just brought it up as something they should try. That was something I brought up that they should probably try to do. In cases when they're just quickly stumped and they need something fast, they should probably start that process right away. And they made it sound like. But I think what Fox News and CNN did was they heard that it was familial DNA match of the father and said, "Oh, that must be forensic genetic genealogy," and put it out there.
Yeah, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will. But they did, evidently, I think the feds did a DNA on trash from the Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we've gone over that twice today. Yeah, the trash at the house, and it led to the father not being excluded as the father of the suspect's DNA, and therefore, now here's the way it's going to work. They put the DNA that they got off the snap on the sheath. They probably uploaded that to CODIS. That's already in there. Right. Now they've got this unknown DNA. Then through their investigation, they were able to track down, and the trash led to a person that is very, like 99.99999 something percent of not being, I mean, like, that's how, very low odds of him not being the father of the sample that's in CODIS.
Right, I
So,
got you.
know, so then what they're going to do now is after they arrested him, they're going to swab his cheek, and then they're going to compare that to the sample they have in CODIS, and they'll have a match. That's how they do it.
It's an incredible advanced scientific forensic science.
Mm-hmm.
In the last since the 1990s when I was in the business. It's unbelievable, incredibly important, and I appreciate you were doing and what you're doing right now with digital investigations. It's cutting edge stuff, and hey, you know, that's all it's about, and I appreciate what you're doing. Okay.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
I don't know. This guy's, he's always trying to, like, you know, it always feels, I don't know. Thanks for calling. Whatever. It's always passive aggressive or something. And it's not just me. It's pretty clear, happens all the time. Now the trolls in here will think, wow, what a great call. You know, like that's freaking great. Yeah. You know. But I know differently than you guys. So sorry for your ignorance. Let's see. Bishop Boulevard. I'm trying to find the part that I couldn't understand earlier. What's the name of that road again back here? Valenta. Hold on, let me look for that. Yeah. Based on the, oh yeah, this is the part right here that didn't make sense to me. Right here, it said, based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a right here. I think it's up here. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 making an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leave via Valenta Drive. Based on my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles and travel in that area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few, I think it's down below that part though. God. I think it was when he said it exited, I know what it was. It was when it mentioned this road right here. What's the name of this one? Come on. Palooza. There we go. P-A-L. It's pretty close to this, though. P-A-L-O-U-S-A, right? Ah, God. Likely exited the neighborhood. Oh, okay, here it goes. I believe that the suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palooza River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palooza River Drive is at a southern edge. Moscow proceeds in the... I don't know. It was the one where it said something about... I can't remember exactly where it was, but the second time through, I was able to make sense of it. So it did make sense. And also that part, they just mistyped the directional information in Pullman. I think it was around the 4-something hour mark, 4:30 in the morning or something. I can't remember now, but... I don't really care anymore since I figured it out. All right, 224, you're on.
Hello. I very much enjoy your show. It is wonderful, and I'm a news junkie.
Oh, yeah?
I'd like to discuss the time. Yes, so much. And I'm so impressed. I love this very clear evidence. So I love the way you put the timeline of the murders themselves between 4:04, where he was spotted getting out of the, going to get out the car. To me, that gives him 3 minutes to get in, right? the police in the affidavit are saying.
I'm just saying
that,
1 minute. Like he could have quickly got in. So I'm saying 4:05 to 4:18 is the window, not 4 o'clock to 4:25.
Right. 4:05 to 4:18. The police in the affidavit suggest that Xana was alive at 4:12.
Yep.
To me, right. So Xana and Eaton are alive at 4:12.
But that doesn't mean like, he could have. But here's the thing: when he pulled back there, they just say their time. But let's say he gets there at, I'm just guessing 4:05, but it could have been that he sat in the car getting up the nerve and actually entered the house at like 4:12-ish and killed them, then goes upstairs, because it only takes like 4 minutes or something to do all that.
Wait, but you have
There isn't a wait. There isn't a wait. I just explained it all perfectly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Well,
Thanks.
what my one point I have is that if Xana and Ethan are alive at 4:12 and he exits at 4:18, that gives him seven minutes.
It's a long time, isn't it?
To kill. But 7 minutes to kill Ethan and Xana and then go upstairs and kill.
I was thinking it was going to be 3 minutes when I was kind of surprised there was all this extra time. It doesn't take that long at all to kill. You just just picture in your head somebody frenziedly stabbing people and then runs upstairs and kills 2 more and then he gets out of there. That 7 minutes is a long time. Look at a clock. Get a timer out and set it. And it takes so long to get that 7 minutes.
So you think he sat in the car between 4:04, he got in around 4:12.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you think. You think he got in around 4:12. And
maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly when he got in there. I think it could be that he creeped in and he was listening to Xana at the door with the food and everything like that.
Yeah, and it's funny how we were thinking he came in and came out the sliding glass door. Then for a couple of weeks he comes in the front door. No, I don't think he came in the front door because he would have seen Xana and Ethan's lights on. He was in the back. He would have seen Xana and Ethan's lights on and he would not have come through the front door. What do you think?
Let's see.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out because there isn't a window in the back of Xana's room. There isn't one.
Exactly.
Well,
that's why he came in through the back because he couldn't see his Xana and Ethan's lights on in the front.
Yeah, so he might have came in and he might have heard stuff going on, and then he was I don't really know exactly. We don't know exactly when he entered the home. The one girl, she said she started hearing stuff more closer to 4, but that was more like maybe somebody playing with a dog. People were still awake doing things.
Okay, okay, I'm so glad you're staying with me. She said she awoken around 4 and heard something like, she thought it was Kaylee playing with the dog. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that Kaylee would be playing with the dog upstairs in the dark. Remember, he was in the back and saw that the lights were off in that bedroom.
No, but you don't know when he came in, And maybe she was playing with the
the
dog because they were still awake.
They
were still awake doing things.
Not Xana. I don't think Xana and I don't think Kaylee and Maddie were awake. I think they ate and went to sleep.
Yeah, they could have.
They got that food.
But something must have woke her up because she left her dog in her own room. Yeah.
She probably put the dog in the room, and then her and Maddie went and ate, either in the kitchen. No. Yeah, they could have eaten in the kitchen and then gone upstairs, then started texting and calling Jack. And they went up, and because they were off the phone with Jack around 3.
Yeah, no, it's too.
Remember, they were.
Well, I know all this stuff. I've gone over this stuff 1,000 times.
So they were off.
But it was 2:52.
They were off.
Yeah.
Right. So they're off the phone. They're asleep now. They're gone. They've eaten. They've gotten off the phone. They're asleep at 4.
Yeah,
I think.
They could be asleep.
Yeah, I think they were asleep at 4. He came around the back, saw that their lights were off in the back, and did not see Xana and Ethan's light on, and he didn't see that DoorDash guy come up. Okay, so he's in the back at 4:04. Lights are off in the back. Now, Dylan, she hears what she thinks is Kaylee playing with the dog, right? That's the time.
Well, but she says approximately. Here's the thing. Here's what we do know.
You think
well, here's what we know.
Was after 4:12?
Well, here's what we know is that at 4:04, he's still driving a car outside. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So there isn't going to be something that, if it's approximately 4, what could that mean? Could that mean 4:05, 6, 7, 3:59, whatever? But she thought she heard somebody playing with the dog at 4, and he's still outside maneuvering at 4:04. Is when at 4:04 he was outside and he turned around at 500 Queen Road, and then he was sort of got confused. I think he wanted to go up that back road, so he tried to back up a few times. It didn't work, so then he drove to the end of King Road, did a 3-point turn, came back. So now we're probably looking at like 4:05 at that point, and then he probably drove back around and got parked back there at 4:06, let's say, sat in his car for a little bit. And when did he go in the house? So maybe he came in the house, and because Xana and Ethan were still awake, they kind of surprised him or something. He didn't think that anybody would be awake, and then he attacked them first, and then he goes upstairs and attacks Kaylee and Madison while they're still sleeping, because they wouldn't have been able to hear, because Madison's room is kitty corner to Xana's room, all the way up on the next floor, but on the other corner. And so Madison's room's up there, so they might not have heard anything. But when he came upstairs, it could be that he went in to attack Madison, and she started screaming or making noises, and that room is right above Dylan's room at the bottom of the stairs.
Exactly.
So then maybe at that point, Madison, then at that point, Kaylee ran over to see what's going on, and then she got attacked in there, and there was like a little bit of a fight. She had defensive wounds. Her wounds are different because it was a battle, and he attacked her differently, and that's when he lost his sheath. Then he goes back downstairs, and he hears the whimpering from Xana, and then he finishes her off and said, "I'll help you out," whatever the hell it was.
Well, the way the affidavit reads, it sounds like they want you to think that Dylan heard upstairs right above her. That was the first thing that awaked her.
Well, that was the problem is
that
they
was the
said,
first thing, and that was right upstairs.
Well, that's what they said, that's what she thought it was. But then they said when they heard there's someone here. She thought she heard. So here's what it says: Dylan went to sleep in a room on the east side of the second floor near the stairs leading up to the third floor, but awoke at approximately 4 a.m. She thought she heard Kaylee playing with her dog. A short time later, Dylan thought she heard Kaylee say, "There's someone here." But law enforcement, that would seem more logical, that right above her, she hears Kaylee say, "Hey, there's somebody here," because something might have happened upstairs. But law enforcement they believe, I think their sequence is different, so they believe it was likely Xana who said that, because she was still awake. But one thing that's kind of odd is, like, if it was Xana just a short time later that said, "There's someone here," would she then get the DoorDash? Okay. Would she then get the DoorDash and then have start eating? And I'm not sure how that would have worked out. But.
Oh, you think Xana's saying there's someone here that's the DoorDash person?
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
Okay, okay. Oh, yeah.
So the thing is Xana, they said in this affidavit that Xana was the person who said, "There's someone here," not Kaylee upstairs. Because they believe she was still awake. And I think what they're implying is what you're saying, is that they were still awake doing things, and there's no evidence that Kaylee and Madison were even awake during this time.
Right, meaning they could have been dead. This is what could have happened.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, he's outside. He's outside at 4:04. Oh, that's right. I see.
No, 406
And
is
then-
probably when he was wherever he parked.
406.
407,
So
but he might have sat in his car for a little bit
406
getting ready.
Okay, this is what. Yeah. Okay, so this is what could have happened to me. He's inside at 406. The DoorDash guy has left. Right. The DoorDash guy has left. 406, 407, 408. He's upstairs killing Madison and Kaylee, and Dylan hears the rumble like somebody is playing with the dog upstairs. He goes downstairs he takes, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes up there, I don't know. Then he goes downstairs at 7:13, and while he's upstairs, that's when Xana says, "There's somebody here."
Right. Yeah, it's hard to know if he went upstairs first. Or
It
what he did.
is.
So, anyways, I guess we'll figure it out at some point. But they must know the sequencing,
Yes.
and that's why they're saying Xana's the one that said there's someone here.
I think she said that because she heard the murderer upstairs hustling, just like Dylan heard it.
I don't know. I think maybe it could be, but it sounds more like.
And then she goes.
If you said
then they go,
there's somebody
I don't-
here, it seems like you'd have to see them, or hear a
Oh,
voice,
no.
or hear a
Oh,
voice or
oh,
something
I
like
think-
that. But anyways, I got to get to the other callers. I got 9 people waiting.
Well, thank you.
We could do this all
much.
night.
Oh, I'm so
Okay.
excited. Thank
Come
you so
on.
much.
Yeah, come on.
I am. I never get
Just
through,
goes
but
on.
I never call.
Well, you
I
can
haven't
call.
called
You can
anyone
call here and get
and-
through. I just go through it in order. You don't have to wait for hours.
No, I
and
never.
hours.
I haven't called anybody on air in 20, 30. I can't even remember years.
Hey, but at least you didn't have your radio or whatever it was playing in the background.
Right. I remembered. I had my remote in my hand. I said, I know I have to turn the volume off.
Mhm. Yeah.
So thank you so much.
All right.
And your graphics and everything are just great. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, we could just sit here all day and, like keep going. Oh, yeah. We don't know exactly what time the person entered the home. We don't know anything. We just know that he turned around at 4:04. That's it. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If you're someone like Lynn who pops in here and goes, and you diss on the show, I'm just going to remove you permanently from the channel. There will be no coming back. So you're gone. Good luck with you. So you can type in all you want. Nobody can see it. Yeah. All right, let's see what's on next. 423, you're on. Hello.
Hey, this is Kristen. I'm calling from Tennessee.
Yep.
Hey, I really like your channel that you got going on. I've been listening to you for about a month now, like everything that you've been doing. I think you've been doing like a really good job. And I don't have cable. And I just wanted to say, like, I've been watching you like every night and keep trying to keep up with this case. And I think it's like pretty awesome how you have set up all this stuff on your computer and done everything you've been doing on it. It's pretty crazy. And the crazy thing about this case, like, I feel like I don't have nobody to talk to because I'm weird and I like stuff like this. But I think it's so crazy that the dude had went to the extent to stalk these kids and think that he was actually going to get away with this with the modern technology this day and time. And
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, but yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You just quit talking right in the middle of the sentence.
Yeah, that's fine. I just thought the phone hung up. But ever since that this had happened, I swear I just been like freaked out, and I walk through my house like every night, like checking to make sure all the doors are locked. It is just scary to me how all of it happened. But the main reason why I called, I just wanted to say, like, I really do like your channel.
Well, thank you.
I like
At least there's
everything
a
that
few
you're
people
doing
out
on it.
there. I just want people to try to think differently and try to sort of see through what they're saying in these documents. Why are they trying to make it sound like Kaylee's the one that said there's somebody here and not... not Kaylee. Xana's the one that said that, not Kaylee upstairs. It could be as simple as the person got there. And about 4:06 or 7 goes in there, goes through the sliding glass door. He goes up and kills his target, but then why would he waste time? Why wouldn't he just bail and jet right out through the kitchen again? Instead, he kills Xana and
So you
Ethan.
think he went through the front door?
Well, I don't know. I think he went
First?
through the sliding glass door. I don't think he went through the
Yeah.
ground floor. It seems like it'd be stupid to be so out in the open like that, where there's lights and
Okay.
things.
So the biggest thing that I was confused about was, did they get his? This is what I was confused about. Like yesterday, when the whole breaking news went out all over the TV, did they get his DNA from that ancestry website stuff, or did they just like suspect it was him and go to his parents' house and dig through the trash can and get his dad's DNA? Like, I was so confused on like which way was it, and I just was wondering if you knew like exactly how it was, or you just didn't know either.
The which one?
Like when they were talking about, oh, we have the DNA profile or whatever, so I was wondering exactly how they got his DNA. Was it because they suspected it was him because of the
Yeah.
car and they figured out who it was? And they
Yeah,
just went to the parents' house.
Well, they
and
tracked
threw
him
the
down.
trash?
They knew it was him because they were able to, they got his phone and it matches up with the surveillance videos of other Elantras. It was in the area. They were able to track it, link him to the Elantra. Then they followed him all the way across the country, and then they got DNA from his father's trash can, and it said that without a doubt that the DNA that they got was the father of the suspect DNA. And so now they definitely will have a swab of him, and they'll compare it to the DNA that they had from the sheath, and it's going to match, and they'll have an absolute match of the person who brought the sheath and the knife in there.
So yeah, and then so two things, and I don't want to hold you up because I know that there's a lot of callers.
Yeah.
From the rod from where he was all the way back to his parents' house, do you think that he kind of like confided to his dad that he did something? Because I just kind of think that was weird. And then like in the video that you were showing, like his hand, because I'm a nurse, I really do think that his hand was swollen because it had that glossy, swollen look. Because I deal with that like every day, just like at work and stuff. It just kind of looked like it was sore. But like, you can't tell really on camera, but it did look a little swollen to me.
I think it does.
And I just wondered if he confided to his dad about it. I just kind of thought it was weird. And the other thing that I wanted to say before I got off the phone, I just busted out laughing last night when I was watching you, because I fall asleep on you all the time because I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So like when I get to work, I finish watching your video, but I laughed so hard when you cropped his picture next to Ted Bundy. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, I think that
I
he
just
is.
thought that was fun.
I think he's gonna. I think there's something to it because his teacher in Pennsylvania was a serial killer expert. So I think there is a connection. The reason I did it is I made a whole show. I did a live stream going over the Chi Omega murders and just sort of trying to compare some of that to what he did. And there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Same time of the morning, basically. That was 3:30, but this was 4 something. On a Sunday, an off-campus sorority party house. That was 5 women were attacked in that one. 5 women lived in this off-campus house. He moved from Pennsylvania to Washington. Same thing.
Yeah, and my dad told me that they were thinking, like, it's just speculation on the news and stuff, but my dad told me that one of the news stations was saying that they think that he might be responsible for other stuff and was going to test his DNA to stuff like that. I don't know if you heard anything about that, but
yeah,
I heard that rumor as well.
I think people want it to be like that, but now it's hard to even trust the media a little bit because they were so wrong on so many things that they reported as fact, like genetic genealogy. That didn't happen. I mean, it was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of neat that they were doing that, but apparently they didn't do it.
But on that note, I'm going to say what you say. I'm going to go get me a Coke.
All right,
I'm going to
cool.
continue watching your show.
All right.
But I really do like what you're doing, and you crack me up. And I don't think you're mean. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
But I'm going to just continue watching you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Have a good one. Yeah. So if we just look at this again, Dylan went to sleep in a room on the east side of the second floor stairs leading up. See, it won't shock me at all if whatever the sequence is, it's not going to shock me. But people just shouldn't be like tunnel vision because you always thought it was something. I think it could be that Ethan and Xana were first because we've heard that from different sources and places. It could be Madison and Kaylee. But in reality, what difference does it make? You know? I mean, honest to God, what difference does it make? Yeah, they were all four murdered by a psycho, and that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, and thank you very much for calling in. God, you guys you don't need to always comment on. I mean, I don't know what they feel like, but I feel like if I called in and I was just my normal self, and everybody's like, "Wow, what a great call! Wow, that was incredible," I'd feel sort of like patronized. Like, yeah, it was just, a normal person talking. Yeah, psycho whack job killer. There you go. Yeah, we have Discord. 610, you're on.
Yeah. Gray.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Joey GT, buddy.
What's going on, Joey?
How you doing? You got the freaks on the short leash tonight, my man.
Not every time, but I have a hard time when you're talking and then it's like you're starting to say something and then people talk over you, and then they just keep throwing in but, and it's just like I just can't handle it. If you just be quiet and let the go back and forth, and you can interject, sure, but like constantly making noises in the background, like but listen, but hold on, but hold on, but it's like Jesus, I can't. It's hard to deal with. So
I get it, man. I get it. I think she might have been a little nervous too.
Could be, but that's where I have struggle. I struggle on that shit.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. The send and receive thing, man. I get you, brother. I just wanted to, man. All this is like an avalanche, but yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it would be so cold if he really did that, saying, if Xana was whimpering or whatever, he said, "I'll help you out," and then he freaking stabbed her again, man. That's cold. But I was also thinking it could have been Ethan trying to help her right before he went, But I agree with you with the theory. I think it was Ethan and them first, then he went up, and then he came back down and heard that, and then did that again, man. And I wanted to get your opinion on what was bothering me was this cross-country thing, right? Like, they were on to him pretty early, I guess, the car especially. So I'm hoping they had 24/7 surveillance on him because, dude, if he's a suspect of 4 murders, and
who said he was a suspect of 4 murders? I mean, the 4 in the house, but there's other people saying that he's a suspect in these other murders. The other 4 people, the 2.
Oh no, okay. I wasn't referring to them, but I just meant in Idaho.
Yeah, those 4. Yeah, you're not going to get bail. Nobody's going to give you bail for that. Jesus.
No, but what I mean is, they were onto his car, all that great stuff he did too, man. By the way, I'll get to that in a minute. But they were onto his car, the one officer seen it at the WSU, and then they linked it to him, the same suspect and all that, and then they pull him over twice in 7 minutes, right? But like what stood out to me a little bit is it appeared to me both pullovers was only one cop. It appeared to me both, and then if you're pulling somebody over that you think is a suspect for that, like, only to send one cop is shady to me, because, like, this guy, he could snap at any minute. You already know what he did. Or
pulling him over that quick,
suspect.
it was just a total, like, hey, we're following you. I mean, he must have realized
Right.
at that point, man, they might be onto me. That can't be a coincidence. One time, sure. But one of them might have said, oh, I didn't get a good shot of his wrist. And the other one, I'll do it. Pfft. But why not wait like an hour or something? I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm with you. But at the same time, is if you know this guy is this dangerous, you're only going to send one patrol officer to pull him over. Like, you know, this guy's on the edge, man. The dragon's already out. He already killed these people, and he's on the run. You got to know you're shaking him, especially with the second pullover. And then you're going to let him drive all the way to Pennsylvania. So I'm just saying, like, this guy's already, you know, killed people, and you really strongly suspect it, and you're just trying to get all the dots together. But to give him that long of a leash, who's to say he doesn't pull off at the next rest stop and keep going, you know what I mean, and hurt somebody else? But I was just me freaking wondering, like, man, they give this guy a rope. Like, that's 2,500 miles of, but I'm sure they had surveillance on him, but, man, I don't know. That kind of bothered me a little bit. And I really like your theory with the dude, I don't know how you do that so good with the maps so instantly. That's crazy. But how they're going to link his car with the cameras and his cell phone back on, dude. Like, you ain't getting out of that. And then the most cherry on top is that sheath, dude. You like, with his DNA on it. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's the cake.
It's almost like the Delphi bullet that came out of the gun.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, right. What are the odds of that?
Yeah.
But
well, the thing is, somebody just typed in the chat something about who said that. They said that the FBI has retracted that they told people to pull him over. Well, they said that they didn't say that, but it was reported again. So here we go. We got this reporting going on.
I know.
And are they accurate or not? So, but here's the thing. I mean, I said on my show, what are the odds? Are these guys like watching my show and just going with what my sort of observations? Because it's kind of strange, because remember I came up with, man, they should use forensic genetic genealogy. And they, that's right, that's what they did, that's what they did. And now we're talking about, let's see, I was saying, like, what are the odds that you have a guy that's driving 3,000 miles, people are watching and following him, but he doesn't know that, but he gets pulled over. Well, let's say there wasn't anybody following him, and he got pulled over once for tailgating, and then 7 minutes later gets pulled over again by somebody else. I mean, and then never again on the entire trip. I don't know. That just seems too...
Yeah, I agree, and I'm torn with it, though, because, again, I think if the FBI told him to do that, I think they would have gave him more backup, or he would have called for backup, saying, look, this guy's a suspect in 4 murders, armed and dangerous, whatever. I don't think they're just going to be that nonchalant, especially that second call, But you could be right. I don't know. And the guy's driving all day and night. He's probably on Adderall. Who knows how crazy he was driving.
Well, they're both driving. Him and his dad, they hadn't stopped driving. They just keep moving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they were flip-flopping. That's right.
Yeah, so that's a weird thing, too. Is like, why did the dad travel all that way? And it doesn't seem like they were like, hey, let's have father and son time. They're talking about, let's do a marathon trip to get that Elantra back into Pennsylvania, never to be seen again in Washington, Pullman. There's no way that Elantra was never going to come back from that trip.
Right, yeah, I know. And he switched the plates, too. I mean, this guy's, this is connect the dots all day. Again, that's sheath, though, man. And I really believe he did go back for that. Somebody mentioned that. Yeah, that is a really good, because, you're shitting your pants after you kill it. Like, oh, I lost the sheath. I got to go back and get that. I'm busted. I mean, I don't know. He probably went in there overconfident, and, when you start doing that. Oh, and also, dude, 14 minutes is an eternity to do that. Like, I used to box and do jiu-jitsu, 3 minutes, 5-minute rounds, dude. Oh, my God. You won't believe, like, the action that can be had. And if you're going after defenseless people with a blade all hopped up on something or whatever, oh, my God, dude, you got it. That's forever. You could do a lot. But I was also thinking he might have been exhausted from the adrenaline crash at the end if he did actually see the one girl and would just walk by, but I don't think he saw her. But even if he did, he might have just been spent and been like, yo, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, it could have been. You never know, man. We're getting it. I wish we had a little bit more detail on what they think happened. They know. They know the exact order based on blood samples. Like I always said, if they went back and forth, though, it would get confusing. But if there was only one stop at each crime location, each room, each of the two rooms, then they'll know exactly the order of the crime. For example, if Xana and Ethan's blood is up in Maddie's room, then they know that they were first. However, if you see Madison and Kaylee's blood down in Xana's room somehow, it drips off of a knife or something, then they were killed first. However, if you went to Xana, to Maddie, to Xana, then it's a little harder to determine the sequence there.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly how it went, man. I really believe that. Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate your time, brother. And and again, I can't, stress enough that real time map stuff you do, man. How accurate and the path, and that's wild, dude. I really think like the prosecution could really use your video. Like the one earlier today, I was like, Jesus, all I have to do is roll this out, and the dude's just busted cell phone towers and the car at the same time, man. That's like he's done. But thanks as always, and what's up, freaks, and
thanks,
stay safe out there.
All right, Joe.
You got it,
thanks
brother.
for calling in, man. Have a good one.
You got it, buddy. Be good.
All right, you too, bye. All right, Joey. Okay, I'm gonna lock the meeting now. So the people that are on here will be the only people that are. All right, 865.
Ray.
Hello.
Hello.
Who's this?
Can you hear me? It's Rebecca N.
Oh my God! I thought you were like somebody's kid calling in. What's going on?
No. Well, first let me apologize about my voice because it's since I really got a chance to talk to you last, it's changed a little bit due to what I'm dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
But I wrote all my stuff down in notes, so hopefully I won't forget what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I had two things that I wanted to go over with you. And the first is several, and I apologize if somebody else has already talked about this, but several of us in chat have been discussing the questions that police were asking Bryan and his father when they were stopped in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And like they were asking, is this your car? Where are you headed? Where did you come from? What is WSU?
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like they were abnormal questions for a traditional traffic stop.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been kind of doing some digging. I know a couple of us have.
Yeah,
And
I just think the whole thing.
is,
I just think the whole thing is bogus. Yeah.
There is an FBI. I'm sorry. There is a defense attorney, a practicing defense attorney that's out there, who is on camera saying that he has insider information and that this is typical of FBI behavior, these kind of stops. And I think you may have mentioned it, or somebody.
Yeah, I said that the stops seem really unusual to me, especially the first one was only 2 minutes for tailgating. Then he's pulled over again 7 minutes later for tailgating, and he admits that he was just pulled over for tailgating before, and the guy lets him go in 2 minutes again. I mean, that never happens to anybody, and I have never been pulled over in my life where it took 2 minutes, even for something just really mundane. Okay, so those were the quickest freaking... It was almost like they were just checking in. I mean, I don't know. what the FBI is saying now, if they're saying, oh, that's not true or whatever, but I've never seen anything like that. How about this? I can see being pulled over once for 2 minutes. But how about twice in 2 minutes? In one, within 7 minutes of each other. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's just like what you were saying. The first stop, they didn't get a good view of Bryan, and they were specifically looking at his hand.
Yeah.
And the second stop was so that they could get his hand on camera.
Yeah, that's what they said.
So
but apparently the FBI is disclaiming that stuff. But I got a bunch of what else you got? I got to get these other. I got a whole bunch of calls.
Okay.
What do you got?
Okay. The second thing, I just want to apologize to everybody. I got my master's degree in a psychology-related field before all this forensic psychology stuff came out.
Yeah.
And I can't make heads or tails of anything forensic, but because it is specifically designed for criminals and doesn't necessarily agree with regular mental health diagnoses. Apparently they use different assessments. So I will close my mouth about any verbiage and just keep my mouth shut because it may be a forensic psych stuff, something or other.
All right.
But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Greg. I love you, Greg.
Yeah, you've been around a while, right? I mean, you left for a while and then you came back. I don't know where you went.
Yeah, if I get into the behavior of work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, we've all been there, and there's no time for yourself or to listen to Gray or to do anything that you
can
like
always find time to listen to Gray Hughes Investigates. There you go.
I know, but okay.
I know you
can always find time. Always.
All right. Well, thanks for calling.
Bye.
Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, I think it does seem like the FBI is who had them pulled over, right? It does seem like that, right? But I mean, in this case, who the hell knows now, right? 520, you're on.
Hey, Gray, how you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, it's Sam from Arizona.
Hey, Sam from Arizona. You've called before, right?
Yeah. I've called before. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in just for a couple of minutes, man. I don't want to talk about the mechanics of the case tonight, but specifically, I was impressed. Kind of like, initially a few weeks ago when I first got onto your channel, I was really impressed with the 3D rendering that you did of the crime scene, and I think we can kind of see that come to fruition today. With the affidavit being brought forward, and so you were able to move pieces around, and you're able to show people all that stuff, and I think that's fabulous. I mean, it's really impressive the amount of work that you put into it.
Well, thank you.
I just wanted to shed my appreciation for that. I think it's great.
Well, thank you for noticing. Appreciate
it. Yeah,
I mean, some people don't really give a damn. They make fun of the stuff that I do. So it's kind of weird. Like, it's neat when there's people that actually like what I do, but you see these trolls and everybody, like the model, they're going, what good does a model do? Well, you see right now how the model is a huge help for people to sort of visualize what the hell was going on, right? And all the mapping and everything. Yeah.
Right. Like you can make guesses and stuff like that, and when the true information comes out, then you can swap things around and it all works out. And it all looks good. We can all make guesses, and sometimes we're wrong. I've been wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wrong a whole bunch of different times in this case. I tried, but I try to stay to kind of a narrow, factually related. At least try to stay within that realm, and I think it benefits people. When you start doing these crazy 4chan, Reddit type related videos and stuff, that's where you're just totally off the reservation. While every once in a while there's something accurate out there, it's just the whole theories based on that kind of stuff are nuts to me.
I mean, affirmative, not correct.
No, you go ahead, man. That would have been correct. Here we go. We got to type it in anyways. Here we go. Where is it? Correct. There it is.
Okay, so yeah. Listen. Also, I think today when the affidavit came out, it kind of really brought to light the real horror.
Mm-hmm.
The real horror of what happened.
I felt the same way when I was reading it the second time, when I had more time to sort of digest it. I was feeling like it showed that it was a nightmare in there. Likely everybody was awake. They said everybody was asleep, but when they said that was right away because of where they were found. But I think the investigation after that led them differently. Like the TikTok at 412 and the DoorDash, they might not have known about that when that medical examiner immediately said they were all attacked while sleeping. It can't be the truth now because Xana is still awake eating food at 412, and that means Ethan is right there with her, right?
Yeah, she just picked it up at the front door at 0400.
They said just after 4. I just read that again.
Yeah, just after 4, and then the suspect comes in, a few minutes later, presumably from the back door, but it doesn't matter. All four of them were awake.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry, all 6 of them were awake. Well,
yeah.
We don't know if all 6 of them were awake, but which leads me to my next point, which was,
I think the one roommate down below, I don't know what her involvement. I think Dylan's the main person who saw and heard things. The other girl lives right below the living room, so wouldn't be able to hear that much on the 3rd floor. That just above her is the living room, and above the living room is Kaylee's room, more the bathroom though. I mean, it's like half of her room is directly. Well, it's not even there. She's not even above it. I mean, so the thing is the 2nd floor, how it jogs in and then it goes up again. So Madison's on the 3rd floor, and it's not even above the 1st floor roommate. So the only thing that person could really hear would be something in the living room.
Right. There was no testimony from that person in the lower floor.
Yeah, nothing.
So yeah, we can assume that she was asleep or she just didn't hear anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let me just explain it on my map right here. This is Kaylee or Madison's room is right here. This is the living room, and down here is the room where the surviving roommate, not Dylan, lived. Right there. All right, go ahead. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I'm tracking all that. I'm tracking the map of the house. But I just wanted to. Yeah, it was really, really profound to me when I read the affidavit today, and it really brought it to light. You have your 3D rendition in your house, and we've gone through it over the weeks and stuff. But man, I gotta tell you, it was really profound when I read it. How the horror and the terror of it played out. Specifically, from the we're not talking about 4 victims. We're talking about 6 victims. There were 2 that survived. Those people, those girls are gonna, be living with this.
I think especially Dylan. The other one might be able to deal with it. I mean, it's gonna be hard for everyone because they were all really good friends, and they were all murdered right there in their house, right above them, right next to them. So.
Yeah, it's just it's a real tragedy. Those 4 young lives were cut short, and the two surviving people and their immediate friends that were, initially attacked for, being suspects, and their family members and their extended family members. I mean, you're multiplying this by hundreds. It's just a terrible thing, and I wish, and I hope that they can over time reconcile it and get on with their lives best they can. But I having worked in a war zone, I can tell you, it's gonna hang on you for a while.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like, again, especially Dylan, who saw the guy's face, basically heard all the different sounds enough where she opened her door 3 times to kind of just chat, listen, see if you could, something was going wrong or not. But I think she probably felt like something was going wrong, but not enough to like try to get the cops involved. This person just walks by. She didn't see any blood or anything, but she was scared too, and just kind of, I don't know. It's just a weird situation. I totally can understand what she was feeling. So
terrific. I give her no ill will, or I only hope that she gets better.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it has nothing to do with the small gap in the door where he walked by. Like, you can't second guess what people will do, and it offends me when I hear people that do that kind of diagnosis.
Yeah, it's crazy. But
anyway, man,
right.
That's all I got. That's all. I'm gonna sign off. Let you get on your next caller.
Well, yeah, appreciate you calling in. Have a good one.
Hey, thanks, Gray. Take it easy, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I hope all these regular callers call in on if we ever cover other cold cases or something. 'Cause it's kind of fun when people are paying attention and have thoughts, rational thoughts. You know what I'm talking about? .303, you're on. Hello.
Yo, what's up, Gray?
Not much. Who's this?
It's Jim from Denver. How are you, man? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year yourself.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Denver. All right. Mile
yeah.
high.
But yeah, I called it a couple times in November, and pointed the finger at the boyfriend Jack. So I'm not like that poor kid, dude. I just want to say sorry, Jack. His life is ruined.
I don't think his life is ruined at all. I think, it's ruined like in terms of like, yeah. I mean, that was the love of his life. I guess is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, like that. She's that Kelly. All of them were just young, beautiful kids, and.
But like it ruined. I mean, I can't. When I said ruined it all, that was kind of cavalier. I mean, I just meant like, he's going to be devastated for a while because it seems like that was his love of his life. But he'll definitely be able to move on. You would think at some point, right?
Yeah, I hope so. But what else is? Yeah, I'll make the call quick. What else I want to tell you? So I was down in South Florida visiting my mom, and I know you don't like to have other channels mentioned, but I was driving home on Christmas Eve after Mass, and I was listening to Gisela K when he gave her $100. She really liked that.
Yeah, that was cool, right? Well, yeah, because it was like she got 100,000 people. I don't even think she even showed up on mine, but hey, at least she got 100,000 subs, so.
Yeah, both you guys got over 100K over the Christmas break. So congratulations!
Well, I couldn't believe it because I got mine on New Year's Day, actually. So that was cool. I also have I got my check mark next to my name too. That's pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, and then they're gonna send you the like the platinum YouTube thing.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
I mean, it takes a
trophy.
while. They have to
Yeah.
send you something, and they send you a silver play button that you get to put on the wall.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah.
And
Well,
then
anyway,
yeah,
man.
so
Well, yeah, that's what I just want to.
All right,
That's just what I say. This could be a back to you, Jim.
Back to you, Jim. All right, have a good one.
All right, man.
Bye.
Yep.
Yep. All right, here we go. All right. 310.
All right.
Hello?
310.
Don't you love just listening to myself play back over and over and over again? Hello, hello, and welcome to the show.
Hey, where's the caller? Say something.
Mary Lou was there. That was good.
There's a rumor going around about me and the crew about something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard it all, maybe you have, but when I first heard it, all of it was flat. I usually get angry and all up top, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's a rumor going around about me and the crew, about something we did.
Instant playback. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's just echoing back and forth. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a rumor going around about me and the crew, about something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard it all, maybe you have, but when I first heard it, all of it was flat. Used to get angry and all up top, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. All I'm never guilty of was rocking the house, but that's not what the rumor was all about. It's me if you didn't tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again, this way I can hear from the horse's mouth. But then and there we can check it out. Hey now.
Alright. I have to get rid of that one. I'll just have that playing in the background. 317, you're on.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Not too bad. What's up with you?
You know, I am getting sleepy, but I'm so thankful that you take the time for me.
Well, I know that a lot of people were on hold for a long time there. But I'm still here.
Don't you feel like you get on hold?
I think the
like
last
two
person
sometimes?
that I called was on. They were asleep already. And so they never came to the phone when I said something.
Oh my goodness. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Okay, so I've never called in, or even actually this is the very first time I've ever tuned into your channel.
Mhm.
So what you got? What are your thoughts on this? Break the egg.
I think that they've,
What do you...
well, I mean, just simply that they were able to attach the Elantra scene to Brian Kohberger directly, so that his phone, himself, and the white Elantra have all been connected. They found a sheath in the home that has his DNA. The sheath to a knife has the DNA on it. The DNA that they found was obviously put into CODIS. Then they took that. Then they went to his father's house, got a DNA sample out of the trash can, and it's certain that that is the biological father of Bryan, and therefore when they take the swab out of Bryan's mouth, it's going to match the CODIS markers that are already in there from an unidentified person, and they will have 100% confirmation that he was in the house and had his finger touching the snap on the sheath that had a knife in it that they can't find. So there you go.
Well, look at you being all by the book.
Well, that's what it is now. I mean, I don't know what the sequencing is, but I don't like people that are so sure of who was first and who was second, or second and third. It's like it's just go like this. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that could be, and
I think
because it could be anything at this point.
Yeah, I think because the sheath was apparently next to Maddie.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. We just went over that earlier on the show. The sheath being next to Maddie, you probably heard that on another show or something. It doesn't mean anything at all, because the sheath being next to Maddie just means that might be where. So you think he took it out of the sheath and just left it there and he started stabbing, then he went downstairs? Or could he have taken it off of his belt and then through some of the fights he had, it fell? Maybe Kaylee fought him and it fell off on the bed there. Or maybe he merely had the sheath in his other hand while he was holding the knife and it fell out of his hand then. To me, it doesn't actually indicate anything that sheath was found where Madison was. Nothing. There's no...
Okay,
it doesn't point in any direction either way. There's no weight given to it. There's nothing. So
I love that point. And by the way, hi, my name is Erin.
Well, hello,
Erin. Hi. But no, I love that point, and I actually want to say, when I heard the story, you think though that you think if you're just thinking of a simple, this guy is just doing this without being completely aware, the sheath would be where he initially started it, right?
No.
So you're saying that it is where someone ripped it off him. So
it doesn't. We don't know how it got there, but it doesn't indicate anything. It's just that's what I'm saying. It doesn't indicate anything on timing.
But a lot of times I think keep it simple.
Yeah, that's not even an Occam's razor keeping it simple thing whatsoever. It doesn't mean anything. It just means, that'd be like saying, oh, I found a quarter, not a quarter. Let's say like a wallet fell out of his pants or something, and you go, oh, see? Wow, that must be where the killing was first, but you don't know how it came off, right?
That is what we all search for with true crime, right? Because it's not about keeping it simple anymore.
Well, for me it is. That isn't keeping it simple. Keeping it simple would be something like, let's see, if the sheath was found next to the body. So why it's there, we don't know.
Yeah.
He could have had it in his hands. He could have been, the whole time. I don't even know. It'd be stupid to have it in his hands because he probably needed the other hand to grab somebody. So it was likely on his belt. So was it pulled off in a battle? Because he fought with Xana and perhaps Kaylee, right? Because her wounds were different. So maybe she fought, and so. Can I give you, if you would entertain me for a moment?
Say, say that Kaylee and Maddie were the first victims. You could entertain me for a moment if I'm reading through correctly from the affidavit. I'll give you my quick thought, and then I'll send you along your way to everybody else who's waiting patiently. But one of the things I thought was, and I jot down a few notes, but along with that are my thoughts. So, so I'm just going to say, Dylan stated he originally went to sleep in her bedroom. But the red flag on that, just to start, is they don't specify a time.
Well, it's not a
that
red
she
flag
went
of
to
anything.
bed.
Yeah, we don't know what time she went to sleep, but it's not a red flag.
Yeah. On the southeast side of the second house, I jotted down some notes of exactly those, and then I'm just going to give you my thoughts in between. But she stated that she was awakened at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves, so Kaylee, playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you, what does it sound like when you play with a dog? Is my first question. And what the fuck? I'm sorry. Why would anybody be playing with a dog at 4 a.m.?
I don't know. She just thought it sounded
That
like that,
doesn't-
but it sounds. But they also then said that.
Yeah.
Just after that, she heard something else like, "Hey, there's somebody here."
Yes, I'm
and
getting
she
there.
thought that was
I'm
upstairs.
getting there.
We've already gone over it like 20
But
times
my-
on the show, so we don't need to go over it again.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I couldn't be listening. But my thing is, like, what does playing with a dog mean? Like, you just hear like bump, 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 right? Okay, fine. Moving on. But my next thought was, and thank you for your patience with me because you hear this more than once, clearly. He came in. This is my thought. This is maybe my thought. Maybe you've heard this before. But I wrote down this. So maybe he came in. He confronted Kaylee maybe in her room alone, actually.
Yeah.
And she tried to act casual. Maybe like she hadn't gone to bed because clearly her bed was made, right? And
That's what the dad
pup
said.
was there. Right. And she was trying to maybe distract, like, oh shit, crazy guy. He walks in the room. She knows him enough-ish, right? Enough-ish. And who knows exactly how. And then she gets weird vibe, and whatever the F he says to her, she's weirded out, freaked out, maybe trying to de-escalate. So she directs him to Maddie's room, just trying and thinking, like, to keep it chill. She's got her girl right next door, so, right?
I don't think she
maybe,
sent him over to Maddie's room.
or
Jeez.
there are a few scenarios. So, or maybe they were both in Maddie's room and chatting, and he came in. Or what I think maybe would make more sense is Kaylee was chatting with Maddie, and then she went to the bathroom, and like right there on the same floor, and he snagged her somehow. Then the timing was then, and because of the quote, her dog was just in her room waiting for her to come back to go to sleep or whatever. She never did, but he might have snagged her somehow if she went to the bathroom, and then she was pushed, well, not pushed, but maybe that would be where there's someone here came from.
Right.
So if he approached her when she was right outside of Maddie's bedroom, say she went to the bathroom or something, right? And then he's like,
Yeah,
bam.
I mean, but
he's
but
like,
I
fucking
don't
comes
want
up
to. I got to get these other calls. We're just getting into your story is too much imagination. Like, it's just you have this whole story in your head and you're saying it out loud without really using anything. We can all do this all day long. I could sit here and say, I think Kaylee was reading a Harlequin romance magazine, and she was reading it, and she was probably on. She was, she might have been on page. She might have been on page 27, I think. And on that page, there was something really funny. It made her laugh really loud, and that's what they thought was the playing around.
I will not say anything else. But can I ask you one question?
Uh-huh.
Where do you think there's someone here came from then? That's all I want to know. And I won't say anything else. But yeah, I don't
Where
think
who
it's a
came from?
romance
You mean the
novel.
guy that came outside to? He just came into the house and killed him.
No,
So there you
but Dylan said that she heard
Yeah. Somebody
Kaylee
playing with the
potentially
dog.
say there's someone here.
Except and then
So
law
that
enforcement,
was
but law
a-
enforcement doesn't believe that Kaylee said that. They believe that Xana likely said it because she was awake at 4:12 on TikTok. So they
But when-
likely are
but when I
suggesting in
read-
the document that Kaylee and Madison were asleep at that time.
But when I read that, it doesn't say that. It says that maybe they're implying that Xana heard that. It doesn't necessarily state that. So that's, yes, of course, I'm not trying to do like a romance novel. I'm just
Well, I know
saying
you're not doing a romance
it's-
novel, but your imagination is too much detail in it. I'd rather just have it be like a quick little, maybe this, boom, this happened, boom, boom, boom. Coming in with all this other stuff, that's where I just jump ship. I don't have time for it. It's too much detail without knowing an answer. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I appreciate you
Yeah,
calling in. I'm
but
going to
I-
get these other two that have been on hold too. All
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you. Bye. 574, you're on. Hello. Hey, thanks, Jazzy's World. Hello, 574. Are you awake still? Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. Hello, 574.
Hello.
I just woke you up, didn't I?
No, I was I had my phone under the pillow because the
I did make you. You were sleeping. That's okay. What do you got? Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, just talk to the phone. Don't talk to the you have a something
Okay,
playing
let
in
me
the
turn
background.
this. Okay.
Oh boy. Wow.
Okay, sorry. I had my phone under the pillow because the music is so loud. Okay, let me get to it.
What music?
When I call in and I'm like waiting.
Oh, the hold music.
There's
Yeah,
like
yeah, the hold.
yes.
I forgot about that.
Okay. I had several things that had popped up after the last callers, but what I was calling about was, did Bryan Koberger drive to Colorado?
I thought I read that somewhere. I don't remember reading it in. Yeah, it was in this document, but I think I forgot to put that in the next. Hold on. Let me see. Because that's where Bundy went too. So it's weird how he's got all these places where Bundy went. Let's see.
Exactly. Yes, and I have always been a big Ted Bundy read about him because it's fascinating to know that someone can do this to people.
Yeah. On December 13th,
but
it says investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 Wida launcher because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022, just 2 days before he drove back with his dad, by a license plate reader. Man, it makes you wonder what he did in Colorado. In Loma,
yes,
Colorado.
And maybe
Right.
if he's obsessed with Ted Bundy, did he take
Hope he didn't kill
that
anybody over
weapon?
there.
This guy sounds really wrapped up in his head about something.
Wow. How did
And
he get away? Look how
I
far
watched
away
your
that is, everybody. Look where he was in Loma, Colorado on the 13th. That's almost
Exactly.
as far away
What?
as him driving to. I forgot that part. That was a good thing to remember. I was just talking more about.
Because I
the
watched
crime
your
there.
podcast about the links to Ted Bundy, how the such similarities,
Mhm.
and then I thought, well, wait a minute, Ted Bundy had murders in Colorado. Was this some kind of he's going to take the murder weapon back? And I didn't. He sounds crazy enough to
Well,
do
you want to hear
something
something?
like that.
Want to hear something crazy? Is so Bundy's. Look at this. I'm turning on and off Bundy killings. Look where his killings are, and look where Loma, Colorado is. That's only.
Oh my
Hold on a
gosh.
second. 16 miles away. So man, did he go over to here? Holy shit! The bicycle. Let's see. Parents' home. I'm not really sure. Maybe I got something. Maybe I added the.
He may
wrong-
have taken it to, I don't know exactly right off the top of my head where any bodies were found of Ted Bundy's victims, but could it have been some homage, some sacrificial, oh, Ted Bundy, I'm as smart as you, look at me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, let me look something up really quick. Denise Lynn Oliverson. Yeah, see, look at it. This is Denise Lynn Oliverson was killed by serial killer Ted Bundy in 1989. Days before his execution, Ted Bundy told investigators he had disposed of a body in a river about 5 miles west of Grand Junction, Colorado. A timeline created by the FBI, Ted Bundy in Grand Junction through April 1975. And look where this is. I mean, this is nuts. I didn't even think to look, but Loma, Colorado is just straight up I-70 from 16 miles away from one of those other victims. Doesn't that make you just think, you guys, a little bit more? I mean, what made him drive all the way down there from where he lives? He lives way up here. Let me just give you the... Hold on. Where is this?
And it was 2 days before his dad flew out there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that... So he got rid of the weapon 2 days before his dad came out there, because what's he going to do? Leave the weapon in his... wherever he was living? No.
Yeah, let me see. I'm going to drive that. So that's 700 miles as a crow flies. So that's going to be like 900 miles driving for sure. It's a really long drive. So what was he doing there? And then he must have driven back. They might want to look for another killing. Or guess what? Maybe he left his weapon
That's
there
another thought I
as
had.
sort of like an homage to Bundy. I'm going to put my weapon in one of the places he killed somebody. And then I'm going to drive back up home. Because that is really crazy, right? Like, why in the hell would...
yeah, that really stood out to me. I'm like, he drove all the way to Colorado? And
yeah, we were talking about that, I
what?
think, on the earlier show today about the Colorado and Bundy. But we didn't get into... I didn't look up where Bundy's killings were in Colorado. And he's got... Let's see. Let me turn off Bundy. Yeah, so the ones up in Colorado area are over here, but man, look how close that one is. That's wild. That's Oliverson, 16 miles away. Did he drive right down there and revisit the scene? I don't know, you guys. Pennsylvania to Washington, and then 16 miles away in Colorado from Bundy, all in a short period of time. I mean, Bundy did kill people in different places, but man, that seems too coincidental. All right, you still
Yeah,
there?
if his parents ask him, why did you drive to Colorado? What is he going to tell them if there's no other excuse? It just seems odd
Yeah,
to
but
me.
guess what? I mean, here's the thing. To drive 400 and half that distance, it takes 9 hours. To drive 900 miles like that. So the thing is he's there on the 13th. That means he drove back almost nonstop again. His dad lands, and then they drive 3,000 more miles across the country in a day. Isn't that weird? That's some weird shit right there.
It is extremely weird.
I mean, it really is. It's just, I don't know. It's getting
Another
a little bit
thought
weird.
I had was, I don't know if there's any other connections between Kohberger and one of the victims, but if one of them had like their location on their phone constantly on, could he have tracked? Because he seemed to know when they got home, and then he was driving by. He was seen drive. I don't
know what you're saying. I missed it.
Like if I have my location turned on my phone, then friends or stuff can see where I'm at. He seemed to start driving around that neighborhood after they got home. If I could be mistaken about that.
What
I could have
neighborhood
my
you're-
time line up.
Oh, you mean back towards... No, he never went back to the... anywhere near Moscow, Idaho, the 1122 King Road after, right, like early on.
Well,
I think it was like the 14th.
on the night, well, before he did it, like, how did he know when they got home? Because then
Well, he was there
did he
11
start driving
times.
around the neighborhood.
Well, 11 times before that night. 12 times, actually, but 11 of the times he was there late night and into the early morning. And his phone was pinging off the same tower that the 1122 King Road residents used. So he was probably surveilling the home,
night.
literally behind the house. I think he would sit back there in the car and just watch, turn off his lights and just watch, see what was going on. That's what I think.
Wow.
That's just my opinion.
I wonder if-
I mean, he could have been looking at all kinds of different students, and that night just chose them, you know.
I wonder if is there any way for him to have known the layout of the house? Would he have maybe snuck in there before and known the layout of the house? Or did he just wing it? I don't know.
I think he very possibly could have just winged it in there, to be honest with you. I thought before, oh yeah, he must know the house, but you know, the more I look at the house, it's really small, and he may have just walked. He kind of had an idea because he'd been scoping it out, which floor people lived on and stuff. So he would just make his way around once he got in there. I don't know if he necessarily had to be in that house. Now there was a picture somebody showed today that Xana took, or some video where it looked like a guy that looked just like him in the video, but I don't know what that is. I always hate looking at stuff like that that's blurry, but it kind of looked like him with the hair and everything. So don't really know.
Right. I wonder if he ever turned up to a party there at some time or another and just got this weird idea because he's a Ted Bundy fan. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, I think now that we've looked up where one of Bundy's killings is, just down the road from Loma, Colorado, it does add a little bit more, another feather in that cap. So there you go.
A little bit, yes. And he's quite confident for someone being accused of murdering 4 people.
Yeah. I think he hasn't seen what they have on him. Now he's going to be like, oh shit, you know. He didn't see it yet. I think he's going to start losing his confidence pretty quickly here. People are trying to, you know, the wackos are playing, they're showing that his sister was in a horror movie. So they're taking images from that and saying, hey, maybe it was his sister. But when you look at the sister, she doesn't have bushy eyebrows. So, you know, what did she put false eyebrows on that night to look like him in that house? Because she's really, I mean, these people are nuts, okay? So.
Oh, I can imagine. I've been through the whole Libby Abbey from the very beginning, and that is quite, quite nuts. I've even heard the Mike Pence satanic ritual Libby Abbey theory, so that got nuts. Yes.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling in. That was good. You got good. It was a good thought there. Good ones.
All right. Thanks for taking my call.
You made me look, and we found 16 miles away one of Bundy's victims. There you go.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Man, that really does make you wonder, doesn't it? All the way down there, and he's to Colorado on the 13th, and then he's back up to be in a car, and not only that, on the 15th, everybody, at 10 o'clock, he's already driven like 2,000 miles. So that means they may have taken off on the 14th or something, and he drove from here all the way up there, then that way. Wouldn't it be interesting if his dad was with him in Colorado? Yeah, it couldn't have been, because that's where his... Well, no, his car still would be where he took off from. Wouldn't that be interesting? If his dad was on that trip in Colorado with him and didn't meet him in University or Washington State. Very strange. All right, let me get this last one here. 602, you're on. The last one, not the least. I hope not, anyways.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Donna.
Hello.
3 callies. I've super chat a couple times. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You got 3 collies, you said?
Yes, sir.
Like Lassie dogs.
So
All right, cool. All right.
Oh, yeah, they're great dogs.
They're good. They're smart.
Questionable. I just have a question. Considering that we already have the perp, obviously jailed. Considering the evidence in the affidavit, how, if you were a defense attorney, how are you going to defend this person? Like, considering all the evidence that's been, brought forth and whatnot.
No, there really isn't really a good one. You'd have to come up with stuff like, it's really almost impossible to, you could argue that really isn't his Elantra at times, but does it really even matter because his cell phone pings match up with it? That's just sort of extra information. Although, the thing is with ping data, it's in the consistent with area type thing. When you see it on camera, it is right there. So that would be together they're devastating. But if you can somehow minimize one of them, likely the camera footage, you could say, well, that's not really him. And then, but it's just so difficult because the white Elantra follows around the pinging perfectly everywhere. And he owns the white Elantra. And he was pulled over on the campus. So it's just really, it's a struggle for them. The DNA, their first try to win would be the DNA on the buckle, the buckle of the sheath. Can you poke holes into that? Is there some plausible reason? They might try to say, well, I knew her, and we shook hands earlier, and I don't know where she got the sheath, but she must have touched it and transferred my DNA onto it. He might say something like that. Oh yeah, when I went to the restaurant or something, and it must be touch DNA because I never owned anything like that.
So what do you think their chances are of winning?
None.
I'm just cut through the chase.
Well, none, zero.
Do you think they have a strong case?
Well, yeah, because I guarantee it, they have way more than what we're hearing, and what they have now is way better than the Delphi case probable cause hearing. This one is like, if you read that and you have doubt, you're dumb. That's the thing.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
So,
but there are a lot of dumb people in society, and that's one of our problems. They aren't really juries of our peers. A lot of them are juries of morons who we happen to have. They have to serve on the jury, and it's just like, oh God, what a nightmare, So
reasonable doubt, that's what I'm worried about. Like, are they going to be presented by this defense attorney saying, my client is innocent because reasonable doubt? Or
the word reasonable doubt is what freaks me out, because reasonable doubt. Well, some people, the things that people type in the chat on a daily basis, just random things that they think are reasonable, do they apply that same shit to a trial and go, I think it's reasonable? Well, no, is it really though? So the thing is people don't know what reasonable, reasonable means like, really? That's really incredibly unlikely what you just said. So it's not likely at all. Is that reasonable? Well, it's still reasonable because, I don't know.
I get your frustration. I agree that this, to me, in my opinion, guilty. I don't know.
Oh, he's guilty as hell, yeah.
Gut instinct, but what I fear is that the defense attorney is somehow going to find a way to convince the jury, if it comes to a jury, well, obviously it will, reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard at all, especially when, so here's the thing is, his phone's pinging down in Lewiston, Idaho, and you actually see him get out of the car, and so it's the same, then there's a white Elantra there, but he could just say, oh, I was just visiting down there. There's almost no way out of this. There's just too many times where the Elantra and his cell phone pings line up. He was in the area multiple times. He was even pulled over there twice in Moscow, Idaho. And so that means he was in the area. He knew the area. To me, it's just very right now, if you presented this at trial, I'd vote guilty for him. I don't need more than that stuff. The DNA on the sheath led to him. I mean, give me a break.
Agreed. And I love your channel. Thank you so much for your taking my call. I appreciate it. I obviously am very interested in this type of thing.
Well,
and thank you so much. I won't waste your time. I'm
come
a
back
cut
around more.
clear kind of gal. Yeah, appreciate it.
Well,
Thank
cool.
you so much.
Good luck with the collies. All right, see ya.
Oh yeah, I love them. They're awesome.
Okay. They're cool.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye-bye. All right. 4 hours and 25 minutes on this one and 2 hours and something on the other one. I'm like a machine. Oh, man, this is crazy. Anyways, what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to give away... I don't have time to put everybody into the spin, so I'm going to give away, if you guys don't mind, will you guys be okay with giving away memberships to people instead? Like if I did like $50 worth or something? What do you think? Put a 1 if that's okay. There's just like literally, I just don't have time tonight. There's too many of them. That way you guys can be giving too. All right, cool. All right, awesome. Thank you. All right, let's do the, where is the live stream here? Unfortunately, we do end up sometimes with trolls, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, so here we go. Click on that. Membership gifting. And here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. For the memberships out there, we're going to get 10 of them. Great. Oh, yeah, and right now we're up above. It says, who was first? Xana and Ethan are winning 55-45. That's pretty interesting. All right, look at that. Jerry D. Three Boys Mom. Jin. Auto Works. Gummo. Oh, not Gummo. He was... or she was already on, or he. I don't know what Gummo is. Does anybody know what Gummo is? Nonstop Mom. 36H. Amanda L. Ellen Vaughn. And now you guys can use those emojis. Balmoral Spring. Yeah. So there you go. Welcome. Did you win what? I guess what we look for is do any of the people that got it say thanks? And if they don't, they're probably the trolls that are just watching. Yep. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to thank you to Miss Angels. Thank you, Miss Angels. Melinda Motimaiden. Lane Dune. Jessica Terry. Jason Padula. Can you hear it this time? Mag. Alley Cake. Gwendolyn B. Texas Girl. The Mike D Experience. Don. And maybe we did hear White Elantra in that audio earlier. Who knows, right? Melanie. Melinda Motimaiden. Kitty Chronister. Quietly Frozen. The coolest name in YouTube history. Melanie. Shanna 360. Cheyenne R. Nikki Zibs. Ruth Ann. Sassy Squatch 207. Alicia Gallegos. Lisa Murphy. I Miss Caitlin. Simple Life Days. Emily Flotilla Never Illa, Lisa Stricker, Callie Gal 3 with a cat eye, Hungry Helmet, Vicky Kennedy, Kathy Shiflett, Travelin' Teresa, Jen Allison, Tamara Cat Eye, Ash Axiom, Brianna 25, True Ann, Kelsey 206, The Mike D Experience. I bet the ground quakes when you turn on your brain. Well, thank you. Trish Stuck in the Well, Andrew James, Scott Holland, Cynthia Sanchez, Davi Smith, Tamara, not today, but Tamara, Billy Juliana, the Mayor, Vanessa Dance, Emily Flotilla, Christy Quasi, Vegas Andrew, Ash Axiom, Belle S, MM, Sack and Fox Nanny, Noreen Gardner, Billy Juliana, Nikki Zbz, Christy B, Una, Bobby Smith, Rihanna 25, Dawn, TV Watcher, Calamity Jade, Megan Nisley, Tosh, Jim Long, Ambiosa gifted 5 gifts, so thank you very much. Tracy Harrison, Scott Holland, Megan Nisley, Paul Hallett Cat Eye, Linda K, Holly Rose, Alifair M, SSP 134 Georgia, Nikki Zibs, Angela Alex, Jay the Blanket Blank Blank, Nikki Zibs, Tommy Kane again, thank you, Georgina Stoliker, Debbie L, Kubi gave 5 gifts, thank you, VL Fly, Husky Mom, new member, Lark E, Georgina Stoliker, Jazzy World Cat Eye, Amanda Curtis, Sandy Hamilton, Midwest Mama, Beth Endicott, Zozo, and then there you go. And thank you for all the new channel members out there, really cool. Tonight we got 31, including the 20 that were gifted out there. Hopefully some of you will stick around after your gift time runs out. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't, you don't. You know, it's just, it is what it is. All right. And thanks for allowing me to do the... oh yeah, and also, excuse me, there's PayPal in here. Hold on. There was... let's see. Not that one. Yeah, so today, earlier it was Christina Kerman, Carolyn Wilson, and then Lisbeth PCB, Jeannie, Alexander Noyes, and John Jenkins. So thank you. Awesome. So what do we do now? Maybe we'll have Mary Lou bust out the Ice Ice Baby rapping. You know, you never know, right? So we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure what we'll have on deck tomorrow. If there's anything, you know, I'm sure tomorrow there might be some breaking update stuff that was given out on the side, but there is a gag order, so that might not be very likely. We don't know. But who knows? Thank you guys very much for supporting the channel. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And thank you, mods, for all you do and everything like that. Sometimes it's hard for me when I'm doing the show to, you know, all the callers that call in and all the different personalities. It's hard to deal with sometimes. So, you know, maybe I don't read things correctly every single time or whatever, but I think in general I'm pretty patient on there. You know, sometimes it's hard to be, though. You know, especially when it's a communication style that doesn't jive at all with mine. You get what I'm saying? It's hard. You know, I never went to classes for something like that. So, anyways, thank you guys very much. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, thug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture.
Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a bubble detector. Flector, interceptor, amino,
then a specter with a vector on his specter.
With all respect, y'all.
Just remember I've a temple fucking check,
y'all.
I have
no agenda, I'm no pretender. And I'll send it to you straight without a blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
Sector, thug rejector, I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a bubble detector. Fool reflector, interceptor, and I'm neither than a spectre with a vector on his spectre with our spectral. Supposed to do. Might not have heard it, or maybe you haven't. When I first heard it, I was it was right. You can agree up all up top, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. All I never guilty was rocking the house, but I thought the rumor was all about. You got the intel, all your friends, and if you don't wait till you speaking again, this way I can hear from the horse's mouth. By then and there, we can straighten it out. Gray, what about that old one I used to do? Oh yeah, I'll do that one. When I'm in the mood, I sprinkle troll on my food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat. The troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I defeat it. Staying in my groove, when there's a troll on the move, just takes a second to remove, cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly, such a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mummify, time to say goodbye.
I remember that one, Mary Lou. That was from a long time ago.
Right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with his brand new invention. Something brother holding me tightly. Flows like a harpooned alien nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock the mic like a vandal. Light up the stage, I like to jump like a candle. Dance, cause the speakers that boom. Killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it, leave it, better gain weight. Better hit bulls that a kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on my DJ revolves it. Ding 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 ding. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them, get quick and nimble, go crazy when you hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo, I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling, in my 5.0 with a rack top down so my hair can blow, the girl is on standby, waiting just to say hi, did she stop? No, just drove on, kept on, pursuing to the next stop, and but the left, I'm headed to the next block was dead, y'all, so I continue to A1A Detroit Avenue. Girls wear hot, wearing less than bikinis. Rock men, lovers, driving Lamborghinis. Jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. She was a gauge and another was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bell. I broke a 9 out of her with shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas. Bumper to bumper, avenues packed. Trying to get away from the jack is jack. Police on the scene, you know what I mean. They're passing up in front of the dope fiends. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook, DJ revolves it. Here's a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 40's on that run and then he's dying of thirst. Brew was in my hand, he was on my tip. His rose dry, has me for a sip. He's like, I get some, I changed it none. Had a chance to run, pulled a shotgun. Quick on the draw, thought I'd be dead. Put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name is MC, yeah, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. What the way up here, and outlaw his beer. I run his land to understand and make myself clear. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 40 in the run and then he's dying of thirst. Brew was in my hand, he was on the tip. Voice is always right, has me for a sip. I got some, can you get none? Had a chance to run, pull the shotgun. Quick on the draw, thought I'd be dead. Put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name is MC, yeah, I got a license to kill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. What do we have here? Outlawing his beer. I run his land, you understand and make my stuff clear. Stepped into the wind, he had a gun, he had a grin. You think it's still it's over, but it's ready to begin. A little story that I got to tell about 3 bad brothers you know so well. Started way back, history with that Rock MCA and me, Mike D. Me, Mike D. Alright, hey, thanks everybody.
Yeah, awesome. Alright, I want to go to sleep now, and we'll talk to you guys later, alright? So thank you all for watching tonight. Good job, Mary Lou.
Hey, thanks, Gray. Thank you very much.
Alright, yeah, so see you guys tomorrow, and be safe out there.